morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to members of the Commission, or Commission members. Good morning, Lead Council and members. Good morning, press. Good morning, attendees. Madam Chair, before I usher in the witnesses, I want to pass the floor to you in case you have something to say. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Mbalo. Good morning to you all. Sorry for coming in a bit late. We were just doing a few housekeeping issues at the office. I believe you could bear with us. I think you could bring in the witnesses and then we can do the prayers and we will start.
Good morning, Mr. Witnesses. You are welcome to this commission. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Welcome to this Commission of Inquiry. May I begin by asking, what is your name? What is your religion? In which language do you wish to make your testimony?
English.
English. Do you wish to swear or make an affirmation? Swear. Madam Chair, the witness wishes to swear on the Holy Quran.
Very well, you can proceed to swear him.
Okay, Mr. Witness, please place your hand on the Holy Quran and repeat after me. I, Mamadou Cisse, do swear I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
You may be seated, please. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Welcome to the Commission of Inquiry. What is your name? What is your religion? Do you wish to swear or make an affirmation? An affirmation. Madam Chair, the witness wishes to make an affirmation.
Very well, you can proceed to swear him, the Holy Quran.
Please repeat after me. I
raise your hand. You raise your hand. I, Bakari Kwale, do affirm that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. You may be seated, please. Madam Chair, the witness is as sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Mbalo. We can now have Alaji Sila to lead us in the Muslim prayers and Mr. Oremi Joyner to lead us in the Christian prayers. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ورزقا واسعا ورزقا واسعا ورزقا واسعا مباركا 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 وعلوم تيل وسعة البدن اللهم افتح قلوبنا بالعلم أعوذ بالله من شر النساء ومن سيئ الشياطين والسلطان الله إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما بحرمة اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق الناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين فاتحة.
Mr. Joyner?
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. May God bless us. May God guide us and support us. May God always be with us. May God always ease our difficulties. May God give us strength in weakness. May God give us light in darkness. May God give us hope in despair. May God give us the peace wherever we go. And may God grant us success in all our undertakings. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you for those prayers, Honorable Commissioners. I will now hand over to Ms. Cox to take the witness through.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, witnesses. I just wish to point out for the record that we have two witnesses today from the National Audit Office, as permission was previously sought to have them be taken together. I will start with Mr. Modusise. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Modusise, I live in Sinju Alaji, Coastal Road.
And what is your occupation?
Auditor General.
Where, Auditor General, what office, sir?
National Audit Office, the Gambia.
Thank you. Now, you provided a statement to the investigators, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you made the statement yourself?
Yes.
Let me show you the statement, or a statement.
That's
Is this the statement that you give?
Yes.
Do you adopt the statement as part of your evidence before this commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Chairperson, I apply to tender the statement of the witness, Modu Sise.
The statement of sorry, let me just get the commissioners to review.
Yeah, good.
The witness statement of Modu Sise is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as MC001.
As the commission pleases. Mr. Trawale, could you kindly state your names for the record?
Thank you. My name is Bakari.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in Bundum.
In where, sorry?
Bundum.
Thank you. What is your occupation and where do you work?
I'm Director of Audit, National Audit Office, responsible for municipalities and area councils.
You provided a statement to the investigators, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you prepare the statement yourself?
Yes.
Let me show you a statement. Do you confirm that that is the statement that you prepared?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, I apply to tender the statement of Bakari Trawale into evidence.
Very well.
I'm sorry. I forgot to ask, do you adopt the statement as your evidence, part of your evidence before the commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it, the witness statement by Bakari Tarawale is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as BT002.
As the commission pleases. Mr. Sise, could you please give to the commission just a summary of your educational and professional background?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was educated high school, Gambia High School, and then went on to the University of the Gambia to obtain a BSc in economics, and proceeded to London College of Accountancy, where I obtained ACCA. I also did some other professional qualifications, such as Certified Internal Audit qualification and Certified Fraud Examiner's qualification, and currently pursuing a MSc degree.
Thank you. And your professional history?
Professional qualification, I've mentioned them.
No, as in where have you worked?
Oh. I worked as finance manager, starting my career with the Eltin Oil Den Gambia Limited, and proceeded to the Accountant General's Department as Principal Accountant, then proceeded to the Internal Audit as Director of Internal Audit and later Director General Internal Audit, and currently Auditor General.
AG. And how long have you been the Auditor General of the National Audit Office?
Since November 2022.
Thank you. Mr. Trawale, could you please provide a summary or give us a summary of your educational and professional background?
In 2001, then went to Gambia Technical Training Institute, GTTI, for 1 year, where I did my AAT level 1. I later proceeded to Management Development Institute, MDI, for my AAT level 2 and 3. That is where I got my qualification as accounting technician. Then I later proceeded and started my ACCA at the same MDI. I did my ACCA level 1 and level 2 at Management Development Institute. Later proceeded in 2010 to Finance and Business Training School in UK, Birmingham, United Kingdom. That's where I did my ACCA final level and qualified as a chartered accountant.
Thank you. And your professional background?
In January 2003, I was appointed as an accounts clerk at Accountants General Department. I worked for Accountant General Department up to March 2014. I then requested for a transfer of service. My service was transferred from Accountant General to National Audit Office in April 2014. And that is where I am working from 2014 to date. I am working at the National Audit Office. I rose through the rank as an assistant audit manager, senior manager, and currently the director of audit.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us what the National Audit Office does? As in, what is its role?
The National Audit Office was established under Section 159 of the 1997 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia as the Supreme Audit Institution to assist the Auditor General in the performance of the functions conferred on him or her by the Constitution of the Gambia. The Auditor General has the responsibility for audit of all accounts of the government institutions, local government authorities, and the public bodies. And the functions of the Auditor General are also described in details in the Constitution of the Gambia. To summarize, the Auditor General Office is responsible for the audit of all accounts of the public fund, including the government institutions, the parastatals, and the local councils, and all the projects.
Okay. And in conducting these audits, what types of audits does NAO conduct?
Basically, National Audit Office conducted 3 main types of audits: financial audits, performance audit, and compliance audit.
And are those the only types of audits that are usually conducted, or is that just the ones that National Audit conducts?
Yes, so these are the 3 main types of audit conducted. Any other audit assignment will either fall under this category, either financial, performance, or compliance.
And are these financial performance and compliance audits, are they statutorily mandated audits?
Yes, these are statutory mandated audits.
Okay. Can you explain to us what these different types of audits entail?
Yeah, financial audit, this is where auditors review the financial transaction of institutions and express an opinion whether the financial transactions are true and fair. Performance audit, this is where you look at whether the institutions are operating in accordance with the 3 E's, that's economically, efficiently, and effectively, called the value for money.
Okay.
And compliance audit, this is basically you look at whether the institutions are operating in accordance with the laws and regulations.
Thank you. So what are forensic audits then?
Forensic audit is basically investigatory audit. This is usually when there is alleged fraud. Then the Auditor General can set up a team to go and conduct a forensic audit. Forensic audit is more of an investigation.
Okay. Now, you have said in your statement that you are the Director of Audit for Municipalities and Area Councils.
Yes.
Now, how long have you been Director of that unit?
I've been the Director of that unit for 4 years, from 2019 to date.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what the purpose is of having an external auditor, such as the National Audit Office?
Yeah, I think the purpose of, I don't know whether I'll have the liberty at some point if I want to get to the Auditor General or?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. The purpose of the National Audit Office is to serve as the external auditors of the government of the Gambia in requirements for accountability. It's part of the accountability mechanisms that the national government or local governments or public bodies are statutorily required to be audited to provide assurances as to the mandates or as to the resources that were given to them to execute particular functions have been executed in the manner it was envisaged and described. So the auditors provide assurance to the National Assembly as the representatives of the people on how the use of resources dedicated to public offices have been executed. In summary, that would be the purpose, and it is enshrined, as earlier stated, in Section 159 of the Constitution of the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you. And how are the audits conducted? Is it retrospectively?
Yeah, audit is conducted in areas, because for example, when it's financial statement audit, for example, before you can audit a financial statement, the transactions must take place, and then prepare the financial statement or the records, and then the auditors then go and then review those transactions and form an opinion and express an opinion on them. So audit is always conducted in areas.
Okay, and who prepares the financial statements?
It's the responsibility of the management of the institutions to prepare the financial statement.
Okay. So were you involved in the audit of the local government councils between the periods 2018 and 2023?
Yes, maybe for the period 2018 to 2019, yes, I'm involved in the audit, yeah.
To 2023?
To 2023, yes, even though the 2023 accounts are yet to be audited, but up to 2022, some of the councils are audited up to 2021, 2023 accounts are not yet ready for audit.
Okay. And this is for all the councils?
Yeah, this is for all the councils. I'm involved in the audit of all the councils.
Okay. So can you tell us how the audits are conducted from the beginning to the end?
All right. Maybe I just want to make some clarification. Before the establishment of this unit, municipalities and area councils, National Audit Office has always been auditing the area councils, but there was no unit established to focus only on the audit of area councils. So other directorates will go and conduct this audit. Maybe this year you can say Basse Area Council Director A can go and conduct it, Director B. But we've seen that there are a lot of work to be done as far as these area councils are concerned. That was the reason why in 2019 they established a special unit, to focus on the audit of these municipalities and area councils. So the unit was established in 2019. The audit process starts with planning. For example, if you are to, we have a plan for the whole office, all the units, because the office comprised of 5 units. That is the ministries and departments. That's the central government. You have a unit responsible for that. You have a municipalities and area councils that focus on the local councils. That's where I am heading. You have development and projects that focus on mostly on donor-funded projects and some of the local funded projects. Extraneous unit, this is responsible for the audit of subvented institutions. And performance audit unit, that's the unit responsible for the value for money audit, if you like. They look at the efficiency, effectiveness, and economic of how resources have been used. The audit will start from planning, because planning takes most of our time. And then as an office, we always plan how to conduct audit for all the institutions, because the Auditor General has the mandate to audit all the public funds, but you know, practically it's not possible for the Auditor General to audit all this within a year and report. So that is where planning is key, and then we use risk-based approach. When you come to narrow that down to the area councils, this planning for the year, we said this period to this period, we will be at this area council. This period to this period, we will be at this particular area council. And we don't just sit and determine like that. We will be at KMC, we will be at this, but we will look at the risk-based approach. In this, we consider the budget allocation, or how much revenue is KMC generating, and then we make sure that we plan in accordance with the revenue that they are receiving, or the budget, and then also the risks by looking at the prior year, that is the previous year's audit finding, negative findings, and also the public perception. If at all there is a public outcry about a particular area council, we will know that the risk for that council is high. So we will make sure that we prioritize them in our planning. When we did that planning for the year, then we will send an engagement letter. If we are to audit any particular council, we will send an engagement letter. But before you send an engagement letter, you will form your team, because it doesn't mean that the whole team will go to Carnegie Municipal Council, for example, but we will look at we'll form the team, and that team formation, you will look at, okay, what is the nature of Carnegie Municipal Council, the revenue, the risk involved, and then that will determine the caliber of staff that has to be in that audit team. And then we'll send an engagement letter. The engagement letter will describe the terms and conditions of the audit, how the audit is going to be conducted, the documents that we will request from the council, the time, the day we will have the entrance meeting, and so forth. That letter will be sent to them to specify the terms and conditions of the audit. When they receive our engagement letter, they will acknowledge that they've received our engagement letter, then we will go for an entrance meeting. Entrance meeting, we'll go with the team to introduce the team to them. These are the team members that are going to conduct the audit, and the objective of the audit, and the timeline. When we will have this, we need the documentation, and then request for a space. And then we don't even start the audit if they don't sign that engagement letter to say we've acknowledged, and then we are ready to receive the team. Then we will begin the audit. During the audit, we have what we call the field work. The planning will be done. We request for some of their documentations, and then we start the field work. The field work is where we will start reviewing the files, conduct interview if necessary, get information from different people, review the file, and then request for documentation. Normally this will take some time. We'll be there, we'll give them the opportunity. If anybody has anything that you want to bring it to the attention of the auditors, we will welcome you, and we will have key stakeholders that we will also make inquiries, and then interview them, just to make sure that we get enough information, because audit is also based on sampling. We don't go and audit each and every transaction, but it's based on sampling. So that is the field work. After the field work, we will have an exit meeting. This exit meeting is where we will discuss the findings that the audit team came up with during the field work, and then we will discuss it with the management. And then we'll go back to our office and draft an audit report. This draft, no other stakeholder is copied, it's only our office and the management. The draft will tell you these are the findings, and we will give them an opportunity to respond, for management to respond. So when management go through that, normally we will give them 1 month, 3 weeks, depending on the volume of the findings, and then they will respond. If they respond, we will incorporate their response in our report, and then review it, and then finalize the audit. So the final report is where other stakeholders are copied. So this is just to say, audit is always consultative. To provide any explanation or documentation before we conclude the audit. Thank you.
Thank you. You have said that you conduct your audit by sampling. You do not go through each and every transaction. How do you do this sampling?
Yeah, sampling is a method that the auditors also acquire, because like that's why councils, because if you look at the audit, you have the management. These are the people. Management has the responsibility to put in mechanism in place, whereas they will be looking at internal controls on a daily basis. Among that, that's why they have internal auditors. So external auditors, that is why, because for us, it's just to give a reasonable assurance. That's why for us, when we come, we look at a sample. It will depend on the sample method you are taking. You can look at the vouchers, for example, depending on the risk nature of the institution, and then that will determine your sample. But this sample is backed by the standard. This is based on the auditing standard, the profession. Then that's what we will use. When we said you cannot, if at all there are 100 vouchers here, you don't expect to go into each and every voucher. But maybe your sampling will be like vouchers, any payment that is above 5,000, we will look at that. So any payment that is less than 200 or 300, we will not look at that. So that is how sampling is conducted. And if you are requesting for the files, for example, instead of 100 files, you can take 70 files or 80 files and review that, just to make sure that you have an idea or abilities about what is happening in the institution. AG?
And when you're going to conduct the audit, do you have what is the interaction between the NAO and the internal audit department or unit of the area councils, if any? Yes,
the internal audit are like because the internal audit, they are part of the institution. They are there to help the management of the area council, so strengthen those internal control before the national audits come in. Because national audit is based on sampling, and then we spend very little time. So that's why when you go, the first point of this thing will be the internal audit. If you look at their manuals, they're supposed to report on a quarterly basis. So when National Audit Office get there, we will review, we will request for the reports from the internal auditor, and then that internal audit report, we will review it. That will give us the pointers to know what are some of the internal control weaknesses happening in this institution. And then we make sure that we also work with the internal audit personnel at the council to give us some inside information that are happening at the council. So it's like we collaborate. They are like our focal person as far as the audit is concerned. We work closely with them.
And in your experience, have the internal audit unit of the various municipalities been sending quarterly reports as required?
Most of the councils, this is a challenge. You request for the internal audit report, reports are not available. Some, maybe the whole year, they might just give you one, and then it might be very scanty. So there is limitation.
And is there anything that your office is able to do to compel them to provide the reports as required?
Yeah, the only thing, when this happens, we just, this comes as an observation in our report, that according to so-and-so manual, the internal auditor is supposed to prepare reports on a quarterly basis, but during our review, we realize that they are not doing that, or maybe they only did it once, and then come up with recommendations so that the management should ensure that they produce reports according to the policy document. So we only recommend.
Okay. Let me show you some of the audit reports that we have received. Are you able to identify those reports?
Yes, I'm able to, yeah.
Can you tell us which documents those are?
This is the audit of Carnegie Municipal Council for the period 1st April 2017 to 31st December 2019. And the other one is audit report and final management letter for Carnegie Municipal Council for the year ended 31st December 2020 and December and 2021.
And they were prepared by your office?
Yes, they are prepared by the office.
And you personally signed off on those reports?
Say again?
You signed off on those reports?
Yes, I signed these reports on behalf of the Auditor General, yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, I applied to tender the audit reports for Canifing Municipality that have been identified by the witness.
Very well, Council. The audit report of KMC for the period ended 1st April 2017 to 31st December 2019, dated the 3rd of December 2020, with reference number HC 93/475/01, Part 4, Volume 11. Is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/KMC/001.
As a commission, please.
The audit report for Carnifing Municipal Council for the years ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021, dated on the 9th of February 2023, with reference number HC 93/475/01, Part 4, Volume 15, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/KMC/002.
As the commission pleases. I'm grateful. Mr. Trawley, I'm going to show you some other reports.
Is the mic on? Okay.
Please identify those reports.
Yes, this is the audit report for Kuntaur Area Council for the period 1st January to 31st December 2018. And the other one is the audit report and final management letter for Kuntaur Area Council for the period December 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2020.
And these are prepared by your office?
Yes.
And signed off by you?
It was signed by, the one for 2018 was signed by myself. but the one for 2020 was signed by one of my staff in my department because I wasn't around by then.
Okay, but it is your
Yes,
officer.
yes, yeah, it was. He signed on my behalf with the Auditor General. Yeah.
Thank you. Chairperson, I applied to tender the audit reports that have been identified by the witness.
Very well, Council. The audit report for Kuntaur Area Council for the year ended, for the period 1st January, 1st January to 31st December 2018, with reference number HC /93/407/01, Part 2, Volume 59, and dated the 11th of March 2020, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/KAC/001. The audit report for Kuntaur Area Council for the period 31st December 2019 to 31st December 2020, with reference number HC 93/407/01, Part 3, Volume 04, and dated 20th of October 2022, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as KAC/002.
As a commission, please. Mr. Trawley, I'm going to show you some more reports. Please identify those reports.
Yes, the final management letter and audit report for Brikama Area Council for the period for the period 1st October 2017 to 31st December 2018.
Okay.
Yes, it was signed by myself.
Okay.
You have the audit of Brikama Area Council for the year ended 31st December, from January to 31st December 2019, of Brikama Area Council, also signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Thank you.
The audit of Brikama Area Council and final management letter for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2021, signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Thank you. Chairperson, I applied to tender the audit reports for Brikama Area Council as identified by the witness.
Very well. That is all for Brikama. formed for the, sorry, okay, thank you. The, may I just find out from the, from council whether this is an audit report or is the final management letter?
I think we would need to ask the witness.
Can you take it to the witness to confirm whether it's an audit report or the final management letter?
This is a final management letter.
Okay.
Do you know yeah, it's a management letter. Final management letter.
Yes. Did that accompany any report?
No, because this, if you look at the scope is 2017, maybe we'll come to that. 2017, by then councils we are not preparing financial statement.
Very well.
But we still go into, look at their transparent report. That's what we call management letter.
That's the
Yeah. So maybe you can just, this will show in the, for the period 2017 to this.
The final management letter for the period 1st October 2017 to 31st December 2018, dated the 18th of September 2019, is hereby with reference number HC 93/473/01 part 3 volume 15 is hereby admitted and marked as ML stroke Brikama Area Council, that is BAC stroke 001. The audit report for the year ended 31st December 2019 with reference number HC 93/473/01 part 3 volume 22 dated 25th of February 2021 is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR stroke BAC stroke 002. The audit report and final management letter for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2021 with reference number HC 93/473/01 part 5 volume 4 dated the 26th of October 2022 is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/BAC/003.
As a commission, please. We're grateful. Now, Mr. Trawele, you have indicated that the audit report and the management letter are not the same. Can you tell us what each one is for?
Yes. Before the area councils, they don't even prepare, even though by law they're supposed to prepare a financial statement for us to express an opinion. The financial statement will show the balance sheet, show the assets and liabilities, the income and the revenue, and then that's where the auditors will express an opinion. That's what we call the audit report. And then beside that, you have the management letter. The management letter will detail the internal control weaknesses and the performance issues here and there. So it goes with the audit report. But whereas they've not been preparing financial statement, that doesn't prevent National Audit Office from carrying out our audit exercise. We will go there and look at the internal control weaknesses that are happening in the council and then report. That's what we call management letter. So around 2017, 2018, they've not been preparing financial statement, but we will still go and then highlight those internal control issues and including the lack of preparation of financial statement and then report to management. That's what is called management letter. But if you look at the recent audits, at least they are preparing the financial statement, whether they are credible or so, that is something else. But that's why you later when you will see audit report and management letter.
Thank you. So does that mean that for the periods 2017-2018, you did not actually audit the finances, just the systems?
We audit the finances, the financial transactions, because they were making payments, they were raising payment vouchers, they were, collecting revenue. So we will still go and look at that financial transaction. But financial statement comes at the end of the year. All the payments you are doing, all the revenues you are receiving, at the end of the year, you have to report. To report, you have to prepare a financial statement for the auditors to come and express an opinion to it. But they were not doing that. They were making the payment, receiving revenue, but they were not reporting it as how it should be. So we were not able to express an opinion on about no financial statement. But we were doing the payment voucher, the shortages that they are having, we are reporting that one in the management letter. Okay. Then maybe a background. This was, I don't know whether if you will come to that. This has been happening. This has been happening, financial statement, we've been reporting, councils are not preparing financial statement until, these are some of the reasons why the office in fact established a unit called Municipalities and Area Council to focus on the audit of municipalities and area councils. And then we went to the National Assembly to discuss about this, because these are the things that have been featuring in audit reports since I was going to school. I can say they are not preparing finances, they are there. What can we do about it? That's the time we've been going to the National Assembly with all the councils to see the way forward, because this cannot continue. So the National Assembly come with a cutoff date to say, okay, now, because there is no record. For you to prepare a financial statement, there must be records recorded, and then that is what is going to translate to finance. But if the things are done off the book, it's not possible to manufacture figures and present a financial statement. Then they said, to be reasonable, let's just give them 2019 as the baseline for them to start preparing financial statement. Then the 2018 figures can be confirmed, and then they can use those ones just to manage and then start preparation of financial from 2019 going upward. This was an agreement at the National Assembly. So that's why 2017-18, you might not see the audit report, but it will just be the management letter. Yeah.
Thank you. And do you know why it was they couldn't prepare financial statements? Was it I don't know, administrative issue? Was it lack of staff? What do you know?
Yes, the lack of preparation of financial statement, I will start with, I would say, is maybe capacity issue. And then again, lack of proper oversight. Lack of proper oversight, because if it is in the law that you should prepare a financial statement at the end of every year, and then you are not doing it once, you are not doing it twice, 3 years, then I think that is because maybe there is no consequence for your action. That's why you continue doing it. And then again, the other thing is because financial statement, you have finance directors, finance managers at the councils, but these are some of the finance directors, financial statement, financial managers. You ask them what is a financial statement, they don't even know what a financial statement is all about. Thinking maybe to be an accountant is just to pay salary, collect revenue, deposit in the bank, and then it's going beyond that. This is what has been happening at the council, and it is still happening. Though there is improvement, because now at least they are presenting something that we can scrutinize and express an opinion.
So then let me now ask you, what is the financial statement?
Say that again?
What is the financial statement?
Yeah, the financial statement is, this shows the financial position and performance of any institution. So the financial statement comprises of, you have 3 different sets, different components. You have the balance sheet. Financial statement is a general name. You have the balance sheet. The balance sheet will show the assets and liabilities of the institution. And then you have the income and expenditure. That will show the revenue and the expenditures of the councils. For councils and then the notes to the accounts. As far as the operation of the councils is concerned, The balance sheet and the income and expenditure is what they are required to prepare to show the assets and liabilities, and then the income and expenditure, and the notes, the explanatory notes that will show the details of each and every transaction to inform the readers this is the financial position of the council at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you. And this was happening for all the councils, or was it maybe those in the regions? This was, I can say, was happening for all the council. I think the only council that was trying was KMC.
Okay.
Prior to that was KMC, but the rest they were not preparing financial statement.
Thank you.
But from 2019 to date, they are all at least they attempting to prepare something. That was because of our series of follow-up and consent at the National Assembly.
Thank you. Let me show you some other reports. Please identify those documents.
Final management letter for the Mansakonko Area Council for the period 2017 and 2018, signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General. And you have the audit of Mansakonko Area Council for the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2019, signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General. So that's why if you look at any period from 2019, it will be like January to December, because financial statements are prepared yearly. And then, but before that, maybe it can just be at the middle of the month, 2017 August, because there's no financial statement. So we'll just audit the transaction. Wherever we stop, the next one we start from there and then continue.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson, I'd like to tender the documents that have been identified by the witness.
Very well, Council. The Mansakonko management letter, audit performed for the year 2017 and 2018 financial year, with reference number HC 93/470/01 part 4 volume 2, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/MAC/001. The audit report for Mansakonka Area Council for the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2019, with reference number HC 93/470/01 part 4 volume 7, dated the 8th of October 2021, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/MAC/002.
As a commission, please. I'm going to show you some further reports.
Management letter, audit performed for the period 1st January to 31st December 2018, financial year for Janjambure Area Council. Yes, was signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Okay.
Audit report and final management letter, audit of Janjambure Area Council for the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2020, signed by one of the staff on my behalf for the Auditor General.
Thank you. Chairperson, I apply to tender the documents that have been identified by the witness.
The management letter, audit performed for the period 1st January to 31st of December 2018 financial year, with reference number HC 93/469/01 part 3 volume 13, and dated the dated the 1st of April 2020, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/JA/001. The audit report and final management letter, audit of Janjambure Area Council for the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2020, with reference number HC 93/469/01 part 3 volume 24, dated the 20th of October 2022, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/JB/002.
As the Commission pleases. Mr. Trawley, please look at this report for Banjul City Council.
Audit report and final management letter, audit of Banjul City Council for the year ended 31st December 2019 and 2020, signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Is there a management letter for
Yes.
2018?
31st December, this is 2019 and 2020.
Yes, but would
So-
there be one for, I mean, not the audit report, but would there be a management letter for
No.
2018?
It's audit report and management letter and final management. So it's combined, it's two. They are
Yeah.
both in one, yeah.
And it's for which period? 2019 and 2020?
2019, 2020.
So that's what I'm asking. Is there something, is there a management letter for the 2017-2018 period?
They are,
Not in that
they are-
document.
No, not here. This is 2019, 2020 report. There should be a
Yes.
report for 2018, 2017 and 2018.
Okay, could you check for us when you get back and see
Okay,
if
okay, that's fine.
you have
That,
it?
that hasn't been submitted, right?
I don't believe
Oh,
so.
okay, I will check.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chairperson, I apply to tender the document that has been identified by the witness.
Very well, Council. Report And final management letter for Banjul City Council for the years ended 31st December 2019 and 2020, respectively, with reference number HC 93/474/01, Part 4, Volume 17, dated the 9th of September 2022, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/BCC/001.
As the Commission pleases, we're grateful. Mr. Trawale,
Yes.
Your office prepared a system audit for Basse Area Council in 2023.
20?
A system audit, well, for the period 1st January 2020 to 30th September 2022, but it was finalized in 2023.
Oh, not our office, is the Internal Audit Directorate.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are copied.
You're copied.
You know, the internal audit, they copy us in their report, so we are copied.
Okay, so that's the internal audit
Yes.
department of the council?
No, this is
Please
the,
explain.
you have a department, you have a directorate called the Internal Audit Directorate
Okay.
under the Ministry of Finance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a directorate. They are the one requested because this was a special request from the council, and then Internal Audit Directorate conducted the audit and then copy us. But when we get there, because currently we are also working on that report, but we use their report, we work with them when we are also conducting our own audit and finalizing our report.
Okay. But do you know why there was a special request for the audit to be conducted?
Yes, the Auditor General.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was an allegation of suspected fraud by the Basse Area Council, and they requested, they sent a notification to the Ministry of Local Governments through the Governance Directorate, who requested for the internal audit of the Ministry of Finance, the Directorate of the Internal Audit Administration, to conduct that special audit in response to those allegations. That was how the report came about.
And who made the report? The Basse Area Council itself?
No, it was the Directorate of Internal Audit staff who were dispatched from the Ministry of Finance's Internal Audit Directorate unit. This is a centralized government internal audit service for the government of the Gambia. It is administratively under the Ministry of Finance, but it has a coverage for the entire government, including the Ministry of Local Government and its sub-entities.
Thank you. So, but what I actually wanted to know, or rather I tried to say was, you said that a report was made through the Directorate of Governance to the Directorate of Internal Audit by the council. So who is it, the area council itself that initiated the steps for the report to be made, for the audit to be conducted?
Yes, somehow the area council initiated the requests for the audit. Okay. And that is very normal. If the management of any particular entity have some suspicions, they could request for an audit to be conducted. This is part of the responsibilities or the duties of enshrined in the Charter of the Internal Audit, where requests could be sent for them to follow up and do a special audit. They have two main responsibilities: assurance services and consulting or advisory services. Assurance services, when the auditors themselves initiate the intention to go and conduct the audit, and they go and conduct the audit. Consulting services is when the requests come from the management or another entity for them to go and conduct the audit. But in all cases, it's the auditors that will write the report and do the audit and execute it and report it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trawale, please look at these reports and identify them.
Audit of Kerewan Area Council for the years ended 31st December 2018 and 2019. Signed by myself for the Auditor General. Audit of Kerewan Area Council, audit report and final management letter for the years ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021. Signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Thank you. Chairperson, I apply to tender the reports that have been identified by the witness.
Well done, sir. The audit report of Kerewan Area Council for the years ended 31st December 2018 and 2019 with reference number HC 93/472/01 Part 3 Volume 4 dated the 20th of April 2021 is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/KAC/001. The audit report of Kerewan Area Council, the audit report and final management letter for the years ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021 with reference number HC 93/472/01 Part 3 Volume 8 and dated 13th of April 2023 is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/KAC/002.
As the Commission pleases. Mr. Traore, please look at these reports for Basse.
Management letter, audit performed for the 2017 and 2018 final year for Basse Area Council was signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General. Audit of Basse Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019, signed by myself on behalf of the Auditor General.
Thank you. Chairperson, I apply to tender the reports for Basse Area Council.
The audit report for Basse Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019 with reference number HC 93/471/01 Part 2 Volume 41 dated the 6th of May 2021 is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/BSC/001. The audit report and management letter performed for the year 2017 and 2018 financial year with reference number HC 93/471/01/Part 2, Volume 33, and dated the 21st of June 2019, is hereby admitted in evidence and marked as AR/BSC/002.
As the Commission pleases. Madam Chair, subject to what the Commission has to say, I believe this would be a convenient point to pause for our first break.
Very well, Council. It's almost 12. It is 5 minutes to 12. We can come back at 12:30 after the tea break.
Very well.
So thank you so much, Mr. Sise and Mr. Tarawale. So we see you back in this hall at 12:30. Thank you so much. We can rise.
1 2 1 2 boy lu ma jaxala Modou boy lu tax ñu suñu toogee fii du ndee mën a use mic bi nii yeah wasi nga ni su ka usoon fii bii moo doon tane sax su ka usoon bii nii moo doon tane ah jaxal na ma de moom laa génne fii nii may wana may bu dafa am problème non boo defu problème boo defu noise de mic bi dafa am problème suspect 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 no waaye du ñëwaat kii du ñëwaat 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 jaxal na ma de lu tax su gaa yi jëlee mic bi ñoom du suñu waxee du dégg na te mic bi moo fa doole yeneen mic yi yëpp one two one two one two one two man xamul xew bi moo doon ñu na set sax one two 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. One two one two one two one two.
Rise.
Welcome back, and can you please call the witnesses in? Welcome, Mr. Zise and Mr. Tarawale. Council, can we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before we proceed, though, I'm informed that Mr. Cisse is not feeling well and would like to be excused. So I would apply to the Commission that he be excused for today whilst we proceed with Mr. Trawale.
Very well, Council. Mr. Cisse, sorry, and we wish you a speedy recovery. We will call you back when we need you to come and clarify some certain issues before us. Thank you so much. You can take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Person. Mr. Trawale, I would like to continue with the examination by taking you through some of the reports that were tendered. Mr. Registrar, may I be availed of the exhibits that were tendered today? Happen to have another copy of the report so that we can follow simultaneously, or
whether I'm having another copy?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Witness, you are still reminded that you are on the oath.
Oh, well, I'm having this laptop, I don't know.
Okay, Chairperson, would the Commission permit the witness to follow the reports with the copy on his computer so that we can go through them simultaneously?
Very well. I believe that what he has in his laptop is the same as what is being admitted in evidence. If that is the case, he can do so.
Is what you have on your laptop the same as what?
Exactly. They are just produced exact copies.
Okay. Thank you. I'm grateful, Chairperson. So let me refer you to Exhibit ARBSE 002, which is the audit for Basse Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019. There?
I'm up. Basse, right?
Yes, for the year ending 31st December 2019.
Sorry, Mr. Trawale, before you answer the question, I just want to ask Council. Can you please guide the Commission whether all the reports have been tendered, whether it's all the municipalities' report that was availed to you, so that we know if there are any ones that are outstanding? You kindly request that those be provided if they have any, before you continue?
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
have previously requested that the one for Banjul for the management letter for 2017 to 2018 be provided, because we do not have that. We only have the audit report and final management letter for Banjul City Council. But the reports for Kuntaur Area Council have been tendered. The ones for Canifing Municipal Council have been tendered. Mansakonko Area Council, Kerewan Area Council, one for Banjul City Council, Janjambure Area Council, Brikama Area Council, and Bassa Area Council. So that's 8. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. You can proceed.
And Mr. Trawali, are you at the report?
Yes, we can proceed. Fortunately, I see Basse in the soft copy.
Okay.
Maybe I just, but it's okay. We can.
Yeah, I'll let you look at the exhibit itself. Page 4 of the report begins with the General Counsel presents the audited financial statements. Now, this is what is sent by the Council?
Yeah, it said the General Counsel responsibility for the preparation of the financial statement. These are just standard wordings, just to tell them that it's your responsibility to prepare the financial statement, and then auditors, our responsibility is to review and express an opinion. These are just the nature of the audit report. It's just the standard wordings, yeah.
Thank you. Now, on page 7 of that report, you have provided an opinion.
Yes.
You have said that you have audited the financial statements of Bassa Area Council, which comprise the balance sheet as at 31st December 2019, and the revenue and expenditure statement for the year then ended, and notes to the financial statement. Your opinion in the report is that the statements are prepared in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles.
Yeah.
So does that mean that the contents of the statement, the financial statement, are correct?
Yes, this was the last audit in Bassa Area Council 2019. This is the period 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2019. That audit was a clean opinion, meaning the financial statement was prepared in all material aspects. I mean, it is true and fair. This was as of 2019. Yes, so you are right in that aspect.
So tell us about your audit opinion. What generally does it mean? What types of opinions can you have in respect of reports that you have prepared?
Okay. The audit opinion simply means the view of the opinion, but all opinions are backed by evidence, and you don't just express an opinion. You have to arrive at a conclusion with evidence, and these evidence are backed by standards, auditing standards, and best practices. You have different type of opinions. You have the unqualified. In auditing, unqualified means the financial transactions are true and fair. You don't, but before we get to that, we always make this clarification. Our audit is based on sampling, and the process and procedures and the standards we are using, we will mention all these things in the report. And then when he said it's unqualified, that means it's a clean report, it is true and fair. That doesn't mean that there is no error, but they are minimal or they are not material enough for you to say that they are not true and fair. That is the unqualified. I know maybe in ordinary terms, something that is unqualified might be maybe is not true and fair, but for auditing is the other way around. Okay. And then you have qualified opinions. These qualified opinions has different distinctions under qualification. You have the except for. That means the financial statement is true and fair, but except for. That except for means most of the balances are correct, but maybe there are one or two, except for that, the opinion is the financial statement is true and fair. That is one, except for. That means you cannot say it is true and fair, but you can say it's true and fair except for, and then you will mention those things, the reason why you said except for this, this, and that. And then the reason why you said that, you have to mention that one also. That's what is called the basis for opinion. And then you have adverse opinion. Adverse opinion means most of the account balances are having issues. They are misstated, there are errors, there are omissions. So you cannot say the financial statement is true and fair except for this, except for this, except for this. You continue. So there, if it is pervasive, adverse and pervasive, material and pervasive, meaning it affects a lot of balances, then you say it is adverse. That is to say it is not true and fair. The financial statement is not true and fair. And then you have disclaimer. I think most of the council, you see disclaimer. Disclaimer means the auditor is not able to express an opinion because you have constraint. Maybe there is system, but you are not able to go to the system, verify these transactions. They give you figures, these figures are not supported. So the auditor is saying, I have reviewed the financial statement, but I cannot express an opinion on this financial statement because I don't know. The figures given to me, I cannot verify them. So that is where we will express a disclaimer of opinion on the financial statement. These are some of the common opinions expressed as far as the area councils are concerned.
Thank you. Now on page 8 of the report, you have stated that the financial statement has been prepared on a cash basis accounting in accordance with the Financial and Accounting Manual for local government authorities. What does this mean, this cash basis accounting?
Yes, these are the accounting principles. Each and every institution has there is a method that you use in preparing your financial statement. And that method needs to be prescribed in your manual. For area councils, cash basis meaning their operations are mainly cash. If you are to buy something, you use cash to buy it. If you are receiving revenue, you receive it. Others might be saying accrual based. Accrual based means somebody might render service to you, but you haven't paid, or maybe the rates and taxes that they're supposed to collect, they are owed, but they haven't received yet. So in that way, you can use accrual. It will depend on the nature of the institution. But area council, cash basis is just telling you most of their operations are cash basis. They deal with cash to buy, cash to transact. That's why their method of preparing finances is cash basis.
Thank you. On page 9 of the report, at the bottom, there are two columns for assets and liabilities. And under assets, they have listed cash and bank balances as well as debtors. Now, would you consider the debtors as assets?
Yes, debtors, I know now we use receivables. Area council, because of their manuals, they're still using debtors, but that is fine. These debtors is an asset. This thing you are seeing is called the balance sheet. Okay. For their balance sheet comprises of the assets and the liabilities of the institutions. Debtors are assets. They are called current assets. Current assets, these are the assets, or this is the money that you are expected to receive within the year. If physical cash is an asset for you, but debtors, you owing me, but I'm expecting a cash from you within that year, within the year. So that is what is called debtors or current assets or receivables. So you will bring them as an asset, current assets. because you are expected to receive that physical cash in a short period of time. That is why it is an asset to you. You don't receive the physical cash yet, but you are expected to receive it within this shortest period of time. So that's why it is classified as an asset.
Thank you. And then under assets, the balance is $3,414,312 and 38 butus, and it's the same amount on the balance for liabilities. Is this usual?
Yes, this is usual because it needs to be balanced. Because you know accounting is double entry. Any debit transaction must have a corresponding credit entry. So for your book to be balanced, you know, the assets and liabilities need to balance. So it is normal, it is usual. If at all there is a figure here that is having an unusual thing, then the payment letter will explain that. We'll bring that one and we'll explain. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, under review of governance,
yes,
you have indicated certain lapses.
Yes.
You have indicated that there is no development committee and that the contracts committee has only one member who is the chairperson.
Yes.
You following?
Yes, I'm following now, yeah.
Now, what are the risk implications for these lapses?
You said under governance, say that again.
Under review of governance, you have indicated that there are certain lapses.
Yes.
That there's no development committee. The contracts committee has only one member who is the chairperson. So my question is, what are the risk implications for these lapses?
Yes, the implication, because you know, if we are auditing the council, you know, as national audit, as supreme audit institution, when we go to the councils, we don't just focus on the financial transaction, the revenue, but we look at the operations of the councils, and then we start with the governance, because if the governance structures are not in place, obviously these are some of the issues that will have an impact on the financial statement. So we always divide our audit into sections: governance, internal controls, and finance. So these are just from, if you look at the finding, it said section 34, subsection 1 of Local Government Act 2002 required that a council shall establish the committee referred to in part 4 and the following order committee: finance, establishment, development, and such other committees. So the implication here is, for them, according to the audit report, there was no evidence that a development committee, as required by the Local Government Act, we don't see any evidence of that. Development is a requirement that the councillors, there should be a development committee. A finance and contract committee are both set up, both headed by the same person. The contract committee did not have any other member other than the chairperson. You should have a contract committee, and then you have a finance committee. But in this case, it's only one person who is heading both. So that is a lapse. And then the implication, just to answer your question, the implication is saying weak governance will imply that the operation of the council will fall almost exclusively in the hand of the executive. This may then result in poor or no oversight, and hence poor internal control, because it's like the chairperson was the one heading the finance and the contract committee. And then if he is the one heading all these things, then that can have an impact on the governance structure, because the power will be less on only few individuals. So that is the implication. That is the risk.
And considering the contracts committee usually deals with procurement matters.
Yes.
And there's only one member who is the chair, who's the chairperson.
Yes.
Do you think this would be an avenue for fraudulent contracts, or contracts in which someone has an personal interest in when it comes to procurement processes?
Yes, it can lead to, you know, auditors don't wait until when the risk crystallize happen and unusual. We audit, it points at potential risks. And then most of the time, that's why any finding, we will code the criteria. This is from their own operational documents. Local Government Act said you should have this, this, and that. Then auditors will come and review. According to your document, this is how it should be, but you are doing a contract, and then we look at the risks. Yes, If you look at some of these things, because the contract committee should be the one responsible for the contract, the procurements, and then the finance committee, mostly anything that has to do with the audit reports, the finance committee has to review that. They should have the knowledge. So if this is lacking, the auditors will always flag it so that something can be done about it. But give an idea of what is their stand as far as the audit finding is concerned.
I think one of the issues that was raised in respect of the committees was also that there was an average of less than 1 meeting minute recorded in the year on file. And so it would essentially be impossible to know what went on if meetings were actually held.
Exactly, because this is something that we always buttress, and it comes in almost all our reports. You have committees, and then the committee, for us to know that these committees exist or what is transpiring is the minutes, because the minutes should be prepared, filed, so that if an independent reviewer comes, then you can know what is happening in the council or what has transpired, or if they have taken any decision. It's the minutes that will tell you how did they arrive at that decision. But if that is lacking, even if they will say, yeah, we've been meeting, but our audit is evidence-based. If we are meeting, but there is no minutes to show that you've been meeting, as far as we are concerned, we flag it as an internal control weakness.
Thank you. But I note that the risk that has been based on that issue is medium.
Yes, because if you look at the audit finding, this ranking, if it is high, that means if it is not regular immediately, it can lead to a total failure of the institution. If it is medium, meaning even if it is not regularized immediately, it doesn't mean that the operation will be affected. But we are just telling them that it needs to be regularized in future. It might not be immediately, but you should work towards solving that issue. So it's just the impact, yeah.
Okay. Can we look at page 4 of the management letter? I believe it is.
Page?
4 of the management letter.
Okay.
I realize that the pagination has issues.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so page 4 of the management letter states that the council does not have an internal audit department, contrary to section 26(1) of the Local Government Finance and Audit Act. I had asked you earlier about the interface between the National Audit Office and the Internal Audit Unit. But can you tell us what risks are posed by the fact that there was no Internal Audit Department?
Yes, because this is also as per the regulation, a council should have an internal audit department staffed with competent people. Because the purpose of internal audit is to help the management. It's a management tool to help the management, to do the risk assessment, and where there are risks, he has to work with the management to make sure that those things are regularized. It's the internal control system before the external auditors come in, where the internal auditor is part of the process and then should be helping the management on a day-to-day basis to mitigate the risks. So if you don't have an internal audit, payments can go, payment can go without being supported, payment can be, so the time the external auditors come, external auditors comes once every year, and then our audit is based on sampling. So when we come, by then, most of the issues has already happened. So the internal auditor is there to help them to mitigate and regularize those things before the external auditors comes. So this internal audit is different from the internal audit director. Each and every council is supposed to have their own internal auditor helping with the management.
And this is an issue that actually got worse, because in 2017 and 2018, they had, I believe the report indicated that there was only one internal audit, there was one staff. The finding is, we noted that the internal audit department has only one staff. His current audit coverage is restricted to only vetting of revenue collections and occasional pre-audit of expenditure. Other core functions such as internal control reviews and risk assessments remain unattended to. There are no plans and strategies by the unit for its audits, and there are no evidence that this approach follows any standards. This is from the 2017-2018 report.
Yeah,
So as at that time they had one, and then in 2019 they had none.
Yeah, yes. If it's the heading is no internal audit function, right? Or no?
Yes, assessment of internal audit function. And then the finding was that you noted that there was, the internal audit department has only one staff.
So meaning it's having a staff, but it's not adequate because his functions were only limited, and then which he should do. The internal audit function is beyond that, because you have to look at the risks. You have to assess the risks in the councils and prepare a report on a quarterly basis and submit this report to the General Council. So that's why the internal auditor, you are not even supposed to report to the CEO. You should prepare whatever is happening in the council. You are part of it. You are there to help management. You should prepare a report and then make sure that these reports are submitted to the council, the General Council, and even to the ministry, so that they know what is happening at that council. So when the external auditors come, we will rely on that report. We will put some reliance on that report to review it, and that will give us an idea of what is going on in this council. So, but if this is not happening, then that's why most of these things are just crystallizing across all the councils. At times, some of them, they will have the internal auditor, but he's not doing what he or she is supposed to do. At times, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the competency, no audit background. You have some internal auditor who doesn't even have an audit background. You go to their file, you don't see anything related to auditing. And again, when you are there, they will be talking to you verbally. You said, where is the report? They cannot. It's like constraints. So these are some of the weaknesses that we always bring out in our report, so that the stakeholders, the oversight, can know this is what is happening and take necessary action to regularize it.
Thank you. In their response to that query, they said that they have now appointed an internal auditor. Do you know how long it took them from when you raised the issue in 2019, because, well, for 2019, that they remedied the situation?
Yes, the internal auditor has been appointed.
But do you know, maybe have an idea of how long it took from when you raised it to when they appointed one?
We might not know, because for us, when we audit this year, when we report that, we only go there the next year, and then we will only do that confirmation next year. Last year, according to our listing, there was no internal audit, but this year, are you having it? Yes, we just confirmed. So I might not know exactly when was it regularized. For us, we only look at whether it has been, recommendation has been implemented or not. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's also a date under the response box. There's a date by which it's stated the date by which the situation in the query will be remedied. Who provides that date? Is it the NAO or is it?
No, anything in the management response is for the management. It's the management of the institution we are auditing. It's the council. So as of to be taken is the council. They will say the CEO or the director of finance, officers responsible. All these things is them. For us, they will send the response in soft copy or in what, and then we will just copy and then place it there. We don't even change the wordings.
Okay. You had indicated that things you give them, I think, 3 weeks or a month to remedy whatever the query is.
Yeah, that will be the response. That is part of the audit process before the report. When we go there, if we write our draft, we will send the draft to them for them to review and provide their response to our draft. So we'll give them 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, depending on the volume of this thing. That is before we finalize the report. But this action to be taken is for them to say when are they going to intend to regularize this particular issue.
Thank you. Page 6 of the management letter, I believe, states that there was no balance sheet for the period under review. What does that mean?
Yeah, at this point, there was no balance sheet. That is the statement to show the assets and liabilities. This was during the draft because before you even, after the 3 months of every year, let's say we are in 2023 now, after the first quarter, all councils are supposed to prepare their financial statement. Financial statements comprise of this income and expenditure, the balance sheet, and then the other statements. Submit everything to the National Audit Office. But this has not been happening. So when we get there for the audit, they haven't submitted the financial statement, this balance sheet, then it will come as an observation that we are there but no balance sheet has been submitted. But for this case, when we were there, there was no balance sheet. But when we came back, sent our draft, before we finalized the report, they prepare one. So that is what has been shown on the previous pages. Yeah. But some of these we will flag it so that the readers know that they haven't submitted it at the right time. And this is a law. Yeah.
Okay. Page 11. It says there is no evidence on file that the council used any scientific basis for the preparation of its budget.
Page 11. What's the finding?
I don't have
the heading. I mean the heading.
I don't have the heading.
Okay. Page 11, right?
Page 11 of the management letter, I believe.
Okay.
It's about their budget.
Okay, expenditure and revenue, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. You say
so
what?
It says that there is no evidence on file that the council used any scientific basis for the preparation of its budget.
Yeah.
Can you please explain that further?
Yes. The fact, budget is not just budget has to, budget. This is your plan, and you don't just sit and then. It has to be triggered by something. The figures have something must trigger the figures. So if you just that is what has not been, what basis did they use to prepare this budget? That was not clear to the auditor. So that's why we flag it. And then they respond, henceforth, the management will respectively follow the finance and accounting manual for the local government act. Because their manual has stated what are the procedures for them to prepare their budget. But in this case, that wasn't followed in preparing their budget. So that's what we have flagged.
Yes, because I know you stated that there's no indication that budget circulars were dispatched to wards and subcommittees to include proposals for the budget.
Yes, there was no evidence. The steps required as the finance manual were followed. These include, but not limited to, dispatching budget circulars to wards and council subcommittee to include proposal, the finance committee, because this is for the council. So the wards, you need to get the feedback, the input at the wards level, at various ward levels. It's like these are procedures that need to be followed before you can come up with a consolidated budget and send it to your ministry. But there was no evidence that these procedures were followed, and then all what we see is a consolidated budget. So that's what we queried. You cannot just it has to be triggered from somewhere. The wards council, they need your councillor, their input need to be sought and then included in the budget. And they said henceforth they will do that.
So does that mean that whatever budget it was that they prepared was likely not a true reflection of what the council would actually, what the expenditure and revenue would be for the year coming?
It might not be realistic because this is budget. It's not the actual, but this is budget. But the budget need to be reasonable because if you are budgeting for the whole council, so if you just prepare figures without the input from the other stakeholders, let's say at the ward level, the budget might be realistic. It might be an imposed budget. You are just telling them, but you are not getting it from them. So that's the thing. So we are just looking at, and it can lead to realistic budgeting. So for auditors, don't just say, okay, this is what will happen, but what it can trigger, the risks it can trigger. So we'll make sure that we flag that one so that you can take note of it.
Thank you. Let's look at page 12 of the management letter. It's about bank reconciliations.
Yes.
And it says that bank reconciliation was performed for the 6 bank accounts of the council. Please tell us about this.
Yeah, because bank reconciliation is like you making withdrawals from the bank, you enter them in the passbook, you send in checks, so at the end of every month, according to the regulation, you have to reconcile, because there might be checks that you sent to the bank, but they have not been cleared. There might be payments that have been sent, they haven't hit your account. There might be payments that were dishonored. So you have to reconcile at the end of every month to say, okay, this is the amount in the bank and the amount in the cash, according to your cash, they tally, they reconcile. That's the purpose of bank reconciliation. So that if there is any error, you can regularize it. If there's any unpresented checks on deposit, you can regularize it. Because you use these bank reconciliations to prepare your financial statement. These are some of the that will be used in supporting your financial statement. So if you don't get these things right, you cannot, there is no way that you can come up with a credible financial statement.
Thank you.
Can I come in here before you proceed? Mr. Trawale, it is true that in the Local Government Act, specifically in Part 7, that is the financial provisions, it is provided for the councils to be to have financial autonomy. During the course of your investigation and looking at their budget, what is your assessment vis-a-vis how they were spending these funds pursuant to particularly Section 127 of the Act and 128. 127 is talking about the council should have financial autonomy, and 128 is talking about the revenue and funds of the council. So whilst conducting your business, that is to find out how they are operating their funds, that is the rates and taxes and any other funds that they might have received. Pursuant to this legislation, what are the issues that you really found to be very challenging with this particular municipality?
Yes, our report is divided into governance, internal controls, and finance. So the issues found during the audit are also reported at the finance section of the report. So I don't know, because this was since 2019. This was since 2019. So, but we have a section here about finance. So some of those issues, if you will allow me, are reported at the finance section of this report. Yeah. Yes, please. Yes.
Sorry, I will want you to elaborate more.
Okay.
The reason for my question is the fact that you have said in your evidence that over the years, these councils don't even provide financial statements.
Yes.
So I am at a loss as to how these councils were being operated if they cannot even provide financial statements.
Yes. Yeah.
And they are guided over the period also with the provisions of that should guide them as to what they are supposed to do.
Yeah. Before the 20, that's why we make sure that we cannot continue. But 2019, they submit something. It's credible, that is something else. You will see those things in the subsequent reports or whatever. But at least now they are bringing something that auditors can review. Before, nothing. But when we get to the finances, you will see some of the issues also about those finances, those rates and taxes. Yeah.
Council, you can proceed.
Thank you.
Just wanted some clarification. In your discourse on the Basse Area Council, you said you had a clean audit in 2019 as opposed to previous ones.
Say again?
I said in your statement,
yes,
you said Basse Area Council had a clean audit in 2019.
Yes.
Now, my question is, you are saying all of these things, no balance sheet, no...
Again, since then, but just to answer to your question, we look at the materiality of some of these things to express an opinion. It's not absolute. That's why auditors don't express an absolute opinion, but reasonable opinion. And then there was no, if you look at the balance sheet, it was in. During the time of the draft, it was in, but they later submitted it, and then they worked with the team, and they were able to provide evidence. That's why we accept it. And then the bank reconciliations, these are some of the internal control. There was no bank reconciliation. That should be done, and then it should be in the file. But that doesn't mean that the auditors are not seeing the actual income or the actual expenditures made. But these are just control you are there, but these are laws that you need to perform, so that whether you are there or not, an independent person can come and they know what actually transpired. There are some issues we know they are material. They will have an impact on your financial statement, but some, they are just internal control lapses and they don't have that direct impact on your opinion.
Yeah. Just a follow-up question regarding the internal audit. You did mention that the internal auditor, the practice is they should not report to the CEO. They should report to the council. The
Yes.
whole council. Now, my question here is, have you seen a departure from the previous norm to the new normal that you're proposing?
Whether the internal auditors are now reporting to the councillors. Yes, I think there is improvement on those things now. There are some improvement. But again, I think what is clear is the independence, and then that one also has to do with the competency of the internal auditors in most of these councils. Because, you know, technically or in books, or policy, you can say, okay, the internal auditor is reporting to the councillors or to the chairman or the councillors instead of the CEO. But practically, that's what is happening. Councils, you have all these good books, most of the councils, you have all these policies also, but the applicability, practically, that might be the challenge. And then for me, what I just see, most of these things has to do with the competence, because the internal auditor, maybe you appoint the internal auditor, but doesn't even know his primary function or his primary duties. Then whatever you tell him, he's doing that one just to satisfy a few individuals. But if you are competent, I know there are certain things, I would rather resign, leave the job than ask me to do that. So that is just my...
Okay, another follow-up, since you've hinted the need for competent staff. Mm-hmm. In your assessment, can your institution provide competent staff if they request it from your institution?
National Audit Office to...
Or can you recommend somebody to councils that we have gone through your books, we don't see any improvement on the capacities of these people, therefore whatever we have, it's virtually not to the best of what we are expecting. Can you make a proposal?
Our responsibility, we are a reporting body, and then if you look at our reports, these are reported, where there is lapses also, these are reported to the stakeholders who are responsible for that. That's why our report, the management of the council will be copied, the mayor or the chairperson will be copied, the Ministry of Local Government will be copied, the Ministry of Finance will be copied, and the report will be discussed at the National Assembly. These are the oversight body responsible. For us, it's just a report. Yeah.
Any other questions from the commissioners? If not, can you please proceed?
Thank you. Mr. Trawale, still on the management letter, at page 40, under the assets, you have stated that Bassa Area Council's asset register was deficient, that about 8 motorbikes were purchased but not recorded on the asset register. Also says that number BSAC 27 was allocated to 2 motorbikes, but one of the motorbikes was not recorded in the register.
Yeah.
So in a situation like this, where only one is recorded in the register, is it possible for an individual to appropriate that particular asset or motorbike without the council realizing it?
Yes, that is the purpose of the asset register, so that if somebody either, because as I said, audit, we look at the potential risks, we look at the potential risk. Because the purpose of the asset register is so that all the assets that belongs to the council are recorded. And then the asset register, that's why this register showed the date this asset was purchased, the amount it was purchased for, the location of this, and then all of them has to be serial numbered. They should all have a coding system, so that if you see this particular asset, you know that this belongs to Basse Area Council. And then in the register, the date the asset was purchased, the location, is it in the CEO's office, is it in this motorbike, you know, the motorbike might be tagged, the number of the motorbike, who is having this motorbike. So that at any point in time, if any of these asset is not around, you'll be able to trace it immediately. So if you look at the risks, that is why the auditor said without a proper maintenance of the asset register, it will be difficult to properly control and account for the assets of the council. So this is possible if there is no asset register, proper asset register in place. Because you have seen it's where assets are purchased, but they are not included in the register. And then if you go, you have to look at the asset register and say, okay, these are the assets that belong to Basse Area Council. But if that is not properly recorded, I might see an asset, there is no evidence that it belongs to Basse Area Council. Or you can see an asset here, and then you don't see the physical asset. So that is why the asset register, all the assets need to be. And then even the condition of the asset need to be mentioned in the asset register. You might have an asset. You need an evidence that maybe it is parked somewhere else, and the auditors have to verify that. That is where the auditors can even come with auction recommendation for them to auction it, so that at least the revenue can get at that discounted price. So that's the purpose of the asset register. And
this is a recurring issue, because in 2017 and 2018 report, it was also flagged as an issue, the asset register issue.
Yes, and then maybe but at times, even if you can give opportunity also for their response, maybe that will also give an insight of the readers what is their stand about some of our these findings. For example, this one, they said it was very difficult to have the complete asset register of council, simply because some of the assets were with the council for so many years, 30 years or more. It's difficult to attain the date of acquisition and cost. But you know, but that's why, you know, the ones that are just newly purchased, you should make sure what have been happening 30 years back or so, you cannot even account for your asset. That doesn't happen again. That is why when 30 years, that's fine. We can't do anything about it. We can't undo it. But currently, you just make sure that whatever asset is purchased is recorded, the condition, the cost, where it is, and then you just update it. But even with that, the updated asset register has not been provided to us. What I'm trying to say, you said, okay, for the past 30 years, there is no asset register, and then still continue with that trend.
But are you able to verify that there were actually assets that were 30 years old or more?
No, I mean their response. I'm just saying that
I understand that it's their response, but so...
Auditors, we can only confirm that if there is record.
Okay.
If there is record. Even if I see an asset, that I know maybe it might be here for 50 years, but there is record, I will not implicate myself. Audit is all evidence-based. So we don't just,
And do you recall if there were any landed properties on the asset register?
Say again?
Whether there were any landed properties stipulated in the asset register?
Landed properties. According to there should even be a property register as well. The council, apart from this asset register, should be a property register like the lands and then the other things, but that has also not been submitted.
It was not submitted?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have the report?
The report, right?
Now, under performance review, there were several issues that were raised. Some of them were in respect of the LUMO. It says the LUMO did not have a water supply facility. The vendors and customers scavenged for water from nearby sources, which was visibly inadequate. Then I believe there was a visit to the toilet facilities, and it says the only toilet installation at the site had 3 of its 8 rooms disabled. There was no water supply facility at the toilet. There is no designated dump site, and refuse is dumped indiscriminately all over the market. And it goes on. There was also the issue of the Kabakama footbridge. That the bridge has a defect with the ground pillars resulting from erosion, especially during the rainy season. It says it has been detected and is currently under review for redress. Was that from you, or was that from the management? The part about the bridge, the issue has been detected and is currently under review for redress. Effect with the ground pillars resulting from erosion, especially during the rainy season. This has been detected and is currently under review for redress.
Okay, but the management is not in the box, right?
No, there's
okay,
no management.
Okay, then this is just, because maybe the team found, you finished, are you done?
Pardon?
You done with the whole?
Yes, that's it.
That is, okay. When we, just as I've mentioned, we don't only focus on the finance, but councils are to provide service to the people. And then we also make sure that we don't go to each and every facility, but we make sure that we select samples. If they are constructing bridges, markets, and other development projects, we will go and conduct a review, a performance review. We call it a performance review. The LUMOs, we go to these LUMOs. If the council built LUMOs and you build toilets and there is no water facility, the purpose is defeated. So these are some of the things, because these are taxpayers' money used to build a toilet. You build a toilet and there is no water, that can have an impact on the citizens of those using those LUMOs. So we will bring those things for the stakeholders, for the councils to know, or the stakeholders to know, you need to fix this. And then when these bridges, because we will look at the amount spent on these bridges, then we will go and review. If a bridge is built and then we see that there are some defects or whatever, I think the time the team went there, they saw that they were working on those constructions, those things also. But we will still bring it out. Because meaning, what caused that? You just build something and then all of a sudden, it is just being, you've seen some of those issues also. This is just for them to know that they need to do a better work, and then next time the contractors selected and all those things need to meet the required quality.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and the very detailed answers you have provided with respect to the questions that were asked. So basically, I will want to take you through the audit report that you have prepared for KMC, dated the 9th day of February, 2023, for the years ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021. Now, to start with, I'm not sure whether you have the soft copy in your laptop.
Yes, I have KMC.
To start with, before we go to the findings of the your process, can we please discuss the issue on page 8? You have outlined a disclaimer of opinion, and you have also provided basis for your disclaimer. Can you tell us what the reasons for your disclaimer of opinion and what it is all about?
Okay, on page 8. Okay. Yes, just as rightly said, there are different types of audit opinion, depending on your review, what you found on the ground. For KMC, the latest audit report, 2020-2021, is disclaimer of opinion, meaning the auditors cannot express an opinion on the financial statement. And the reason for that is what you call the basis of opinion. One is on confirmed changes of the comparative figures. Okay. On confirmed changes of the comparative figures, the 2019, the audit report for 2019 was an adverse, meaning it's not true and fair. And then now, when we come to audit 2020, according to the management, those figures has been restated, meaning they have worked them.
Before you proceed, I know you have discussed earlier as to the meaning of true and fair. Now, just before you proceed, can you just elaborate on what do you mean again? You say the audit report of 2019 were not true and fair.
Yeah, 2019 adverse, and that might mean it is not true. And the reason why they said this is not true and fair, I explained in the 2019 audit opinion.
Yes.
So if you go to 2019, you will see. If we said it's not true and fair, the reason why we said that. So this is 2020, and the reason why we said the 2020 is not true and fair is what I'm just going through now.
Please proceed.
Yeah, it said the 2020 comparative figures, which was an adverse opinion, significantly changed from audited 2019 revenue and expenditure statement and balance sheet figure. We could not verify the correctness of these changes because we were informed that the financial software system was locked and adjustment could not be made. These figures will affect the 2020 opening accumulated fund and subsequent financial statement. Meaning, you know, if you are preparing your 2020, you need the 2019 actual figures. But if your 2019 audit report said it is not true and fair, because there are certain balances that are misstated or they are not supported, and then you said, okay, now whether that has been done or not, then we are limited. So this is one of the reasons why we are not able to. That is one. So two, lack of audit trail. Matrix property tax system. There was no audit trail for the matrix property tax system in respect of rates. We were unable to have access to the system to confirm and validate the accuracy of the rates figure of 81,070,000 reported on the revenue and expenditure statement. Our IT unit attempted to obtain data from both front and back end to provide to the finance and team. No access was successful. So what happened with this matrix? This is your system where you capture your revenue. So the revenue that you've reported, you've earned. The revenue that you've reported, the team wanted to get into the system to access it. Get evidence that this is the actual revenue collected, but we are not able to have access to that, meaning we are limited. And we further noted suspected fraud of 297,941 in respect of delete rate transactions as per memo dated 28 December 2020 with reference number this. A task force was set up by the council to investigate the matter, but no investigation report was provided. If a system whereby auditors detected that a transaction has been deleted and we are not able to recover the amount involved in deleted transactions. So the auditors are saying, based on some of these things, we cannot express an opinion. That is two reasons. And the other reason is payroll system. The payroll system also lacks audit trail in respect of payroll transactions to verify, validate the accuracy of the payroll figures in the revenue and expenditure. Because there is no audit trail in the payroll, and then that also limited the audit. And the third reason was lack of data in the Ecotech system. There was no data in Ecotech system to manage daily collection valid project. The revenue and expenditure statement reported on an unconfirmed balance of 6,000 for skip bins, whilst no figure was reported we could not determine the actual type of collection made for the year due to the lack of data. An unpresented Lansing invoice for Lansing payment were not presented for audit inspection to confirm that the actual invoice amount agree with the receipt amount. In the absence of the invoice, the correctness of the Lansing figure of 83,535,000 reported on the revenue and expenditure system could not be verified. So these are some of the reasons, constraints that the audit team had, and these things are huge figures that involve the cost of revenue. And these are the figures used to build their financial statement. So we cannot verify whether these things are correct or not. Opinion for the period.
Absolutely. Just to highlight on one of the points, you have a figure being given to you at the tune of $81,070,873. But you were saying that you can't even access the system to make verification with respect to the figures you were given. So how serious do you think that is?
Well, the seriousness of this, from audit point of view, is our opinion. We say disclaimer, meaning you cannot express an opinion. Maybe from audit point of view, disclaimer, meaning we are constrained, we cannot express an opinion. And if you go to each and every one of these in the management letter, the implication, whether high, low, also are described there. They are all high, meaning they are serious issues, reputational issues, because because we cannot say whether it is true or false, whether it's a fraud or whether it is, but as far as we are concerned, we don't have access. We can only verify if we have access. We are limited, so we are saying we cannot access.
So it is fair to say that to a large extent, the financial statements that you were presented with were not backed by evidence.
Yes.
Very well. So we will now visit some of the issues that you have highlighted in the audit report.
And maybe just to say, if auditors express a disclaimer of opinion, it's a serious issue. Because they are saying we cannot say.
Can I say, in fact, it is a very serious issue.
I can say it's a serious issue.
Yes.
We don't want to, it's a serious issue,
Because I want to believe for you to not to be able to express your opinion, that would perhaps be the height of seriousness.
Yes, that is it. If you have that door, you say go and farm that bicycle in the door. I came, you don't give me the key. I said I cannot confirm whether the bicycle is there or not. So that is it. So
very well. Nonetheless, we will still discuss some of the findings you have highlighted in relation to the audit report, even though we have already discussed the fact that...
Council, may I just intervene at this point?
Very well.
To ask Mr. Tarawale that it is your evidence that if the audit opinion indicates that it is a high level risk, it means, you may correct me if I am wrong, it means there is a serious possibility of the entire system crashing at one point. Is that the implication?
Yeah, audit risks, if they say high, it is telling you that if it is not regularized, if it continues, it can lead to a total failure of the institution. If it is medium, meaning you are just pointing out so that they can do something, then it can take time to regularize it. So that is how this is just the standard, this is just the ranking of the audit risks.
Council, you can proceed.
Thank you. And also in relation to the high level risk, I've noticed that you have highlighted about 50 instances wherein you have marked them as being a high level risk. So we will discuss some of the findings as well before we go on break. I will refer you respectfully to page 71 of the document in question. You have also detected fraud, like suspected fraud is the type. And I may read, there were deletion of rate transactions to the tune of $297,941 for the 3 butus in respect to rates for the year 2020. And can you just discuss more about these findings?
Yeah, page 71, right?
71.
Yes, I'm just trying to read. Sorry, I'm just trying to read. 71, sorry, I'll be there soon. Yeah, Yes. Deletion of rate transactions?
Yes, deletion of rate transactions of $297,941 for the three bottles. And in fact, this issue, as per the report, is still not yet resolved.
Yes. A task force was set up, according to the review, by the council to investigate the matter, but no investigative report was provided to confirm the conclusion of the investigation. Our discussion with the task force members revealed that the matter was still on and the amount unrecovered. We also noted that it was not reported to the appropriate authority, such as the Gambia Police Force, for proper investigation. It's a serious issue, and this is among the reasons why the auditors cannot, because it's a suspected fraud and then no conclusion. But these are some of the things that lead to the you to prepare a credible financial statement. These are among the reasons why we are not able to an opinion. It's a serious matter. And then management respond if you want to, but otherwise it's a serious issue. If you look at our implication, it's telling you it is high. It is of
yes, because if I referred me to the management response, they've highlighted that they have set up an investigation panel,
yes.
But it appears as if from your further comments, you haven't received any documentation or evidence thereto.
Exactly. They said there is an implication. It's a long response from the management, but our further comment is the audit evidence we have revealed that the Deputy Director of Finance indeed had super admin right to the system. We could not confirm if the IT manager had the right as alleged in the management response, as he was relieved from council before the current audit comment. But their management response, they were like, the IT manager or whatever has been dismissed, and then they were not able to get track of this, according to their response.
Now, when you say super admin rights, what does that mean?
This super admin right, this means maybe has right to view, and then, these are IT terminology, but as they said, the finance director has super admin right. I think that means you have multiple rights. Exactly, absolute right over the system.
Is that a normal practice?
That might not be a normal practice. That might not be a normal practice. I think that is why the auditors flag it, because if you say the deputy finance has a super admin right, maybe that's why the auditors flag it, because we are not the expert in this area, but for the stakeholders to know whether this is a normal thing, because the audit report is not for us. Is for the decision makers, policy makers.
Absolutely.
So if something happens, that's why we bring it out, so that the policy makers can know, is this the right thing to be doing, or they need to revisit this thing.
Exactly. So I'm thinking now, if an individual has an absolute right over certain financial management or whatsoever, is that not very risky in relation to minimizing fraud?
Yes, it is risky.
Or like manner?
Yeah, it is risky. That's why it comes under high.
Very well. We will now again turn to other issues. Let's say I may refer you to page 73. At page 73, you have also outlined outstanding shortage in the ballot project.
Yes.
And you've highlighted that there was no investigation carried out. Can you please buttress on that?
Yes. According to the report, there was 121. There was a shortage in respect of ballot revenue for certain wards, Abuko, Bakau, and then as mentioned in the table. Then this is the amount recovered and the amount paid. And then the orders, according to the report, they are paying, but at the end of the period, there is a balance of 121,806 that has not been recovered. We further noted that recoveries were made from November to December, but no shortage were reported. This was prepared on a separate sheet details. So they were recovering, but the shortage was not reported. The report for the shortage was not reported.
So in a sense, if I may go through the table, in Abuko, there was about a shortage of $95,490, and the recoveries that were made were $22,400, and the balance still outstanding is $73,090. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And same as well with Bakau K Point. I think in that case there was full recovery made.
Yes, full recovery.
But if you go to Bundung Bohol, there seems to be an outstanding balance of 3,420.
Yes.
Bundung 6 Junction, 2,500. 65.
Yes.
And deeper 13,486.
Yeah.
So all these outstanding balances, of course, generally will
121. Yes.
Yes, lost revenue to.
Yes. Yeah.
As at the time of the conclusion of the audit report, are you even aware whether this was ever resolved? Did they even communicate to your office at any time in relation to this?
Their response was 86,000 and 43,000, 86,000 and 43 of the amount was recovered. Please see the table below. Total recovery will be completed by the end of February 2023. And the management is working on the internal control to avoid reoccurring. This was their response. They said the recoveries will be completed in February 2023. So this can only be confirmed when we go back to our 2022 audit cycle.
Subsequently.
Yeah.
Now, I will also refer you to page 76 of the audit report with the title on presented fraud allegation report. Now, the findings were that the investigative report for the fraud allegation at the council was not presented for audit review. Allegations include the following: a loan of 12 million secured for the purchase of a parcel of land for council senior management, allegation of forgery as well, and solicitation of bribe to the tune of 30,000.
Yes.
Yes. What can you tell us about that?
Yes. This was just as part of our review. During our file review, we've seen an allegation of fraud, and then, but there is no report. They said there's an investigation, but there is no report to confirm of that investigation. So the audit report is basically about the outcome of that report. And then if you go further, with regard to the above, the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government set up an investigative team to look into the matter. We were informed that the investigation was completed, but the official report was not provided for our review. We were provided with a report without official letterhead or to whom the report were submitted. Therefore, we could not rely on the report to make follow-up on the findings and recommendations made by the investigative team, and then make any conclusion. This was because if you are the person involved, CEO, not an ordinary staff, and then as auditors, just as I rightly said, we look at the potential risks. If you see that there is an investigation, auditors has a responsibility to confirm the of that investigation, so that the person can either continue or so that a decision can be taken by the individual, rather than a report you see in the files that there is investigation and you don't see the report. So that was just the follow-up that the auditing we are making on this matter.
Yes, because in fact in the response that they provided, they outlined that apparently they are taking steps to cancel the 12 million.
Exactly.
And then I've seen in your comment that there was no evidence of that.
The auditors said the report remained unpresented. The evidence for the cancellation of the 12 million was not submitted with response for our review.
Another issue that is of serious concern as well that you have highlighted, in fact it is marked as high in the priority list, is the issue of payment of gross or full salary to suspended staff. In fact, you have highlighted that the staffs involved perhaps include the CEO, Director of Finance, Deputy Director of Compliance, and Assistant Rates Manager.
Yes. This also came as part of the file review, because normally auditors, when we go, we select a sample files, we review. So whatever we find in the files, then if necessary for us, then we make follow-up and seek for clarification. So we noted that the suspended staff, CEO, the Director of Finance, and the Deputy Director of Compliance and Rates were on suspension and were receiving gross or full salary instead of basic as per the memo dated 26 July 2021. Because in the file there was a memo that they should be on half salary, but we realized that if you look at the payroll, they were on full salary. And the auditors were just seeking for the clarification. What is the outcome of this? That's the purpose of this query. And then their response was the observation is noted and action has been taken with immediate effect. And the auditor's further comment was the response did not specify the action taken and no evidence provided with the response to verify the claim.
Yes.
Yes.
And also, in addition to that as well, one of the main concerns you had as an auditor, which is captured in your implication heading, is that it's a very serious issue because of the fact that if they do not address these issues appropriately, it may encourage other staff to engage in similar. Can you explain that further?
Yes, the implication is a payment of full salary to this staff might encourage other staff involved in malpractices because paying of gross salary is more of incentive rather than a disciplinary measure.
So what you are trying to say here, to my understanding, is that if you do not enforce the right procedure in relation to not paying full salary to suspended staffs, you are running the risk of having other staffs to follow suit, which will perhaps cause loss of revenue and also lack of proper administration to council.
Yes, you know, as I already, these are just the regulations, and then we just code the regulation, and then what actually transpired, and then we bring the report out for the decision makers, policy makers to know this is what happening, and then take the necessary action.
And another issue as well is in relation to the valid project.
Yes.
That is in page 79 of the audit report, where you have allowances paid to certain individuals, $500 allowance, $1,000 allowance being paid, and these allowances they did not follow the right channel.
Yes.
In fact, they were not properly or let me say legally approved, but they were being paid. So can you please explain that further?
Yes, according to the report, they are paying council staff on approved allowance 500 risk allowance and 1,000 to the manager and supervisor of the environment and sanitation unit. We engage the senior officer at the account unit and request for council resolution because they said the council resolution was filed, but no evidence of that was submitted to the auditor. So that's why we flag it. Auditors cannot say you shouldn't pay this allowance, you shouldn't pay this, but we need to see an evidence, the approval. It's approved. Auditors doesn't have any power to say stop it, but all what we need is it has been authorized. And then the response was the staff were assigned to some extra responsibility, according to the response, to the valid project of which the West Stroke Committee recommended for the said staff paying some allowance as compensation. Hence, extra responsibility was added to their current responsibility. This was their response. And our findings is that no evidence provided with the response to verify the claim. If they are given extra responsibility or it has been approved by the council, no evidence has been provided. And that was our auditor's further comment.
All right. In the event of in the issue regarding the allowances being paid without approval, do you have any evidence as to when it started?
I think, let me just go back to that.
Because this will now go to address the issue regarding how much money are possibly lost without following due process.
No, the period is not mentioned. They only fly. The period is
not mentioned.
Yeah, it's mentioned.
Good. But also, then if they don't mention any period, one can reasonably believe
if there is need be, if you want to, then you can go and establish when they.
If I may ask you to page 81 of the audit report. You've highlighted that there was no financial reporting framework and accounting policies in respect to your finding. And if I may read, that council did not disclose the financial reporting framework adopted to prepare and present its financial statements. There were no accounting policies stating the treatment and recognition of items in the financial statement. And the implication that you have highlighted is that in the absence of financial reporting framework and accounting policies, it will be difficult for financial users to identify the basis adopted in preparing. I know you've already discussed this in your deliberations when you started, the importance of having financial statements being accurate and also its implication. Can you put more on that?
Yes, it's the responsibility of the management to prepare the financial statement, and then if you are preparing the financial statement, you should express, it should come clearly the basis you are using, the accounting policy you are using in preparing your financial statement. Auditors will now evaluate that accounting to confirm whether you are preparing your financial in accordance with the accounting policy that you've stated. But the financial statement was submitted, and then they haven't mentioned the basis used in preparing that financial statement. So that is what the finding is all about. And then for them, they said the council adopted the cash basis in preparation of the financial statement in line with the central government policy. And then auditor's comment was management response incomplete, but the financial reporting framework and accounting policy were disclosed on the financial statement. After this, they've disclosed it that they are using the cash basis as per the central government accounting policy.
Yes, so still on the financial statements, in the beginning you've disclosed that one of the reasons why you've arrived at, you have given a disclaimer is that with respect to the issues of restated financial statements, for example, the 2019 audit, the 2019 financial statements were not actually handed over to you. So in your findings, we noted that the council did not restate in 2019 financial statements since the audit opinion was an adverse opinion, which I've already discussed. So in the implication, you've highlighted that the financial statements remain unadjusted or restated. There is risk that the same opinion will apply to the subsequent years because of the brought forward of the incorrect amount balances.
Yes, sure. Because any financial statement must have comparison figure. If you are preparing your 2020, 2019 actuals will be the comparison figure, because the purpose is people to know, okay, your revenue for 2019 was this, for this year is this. The users, because the financial statement the users, they need to use the financial to come up with decisions. So you have to look at the trend. 2019 is 8 million, your revenue. 2020 is 50 million. Or maybe your payment allowances is 8 million. 2019, 2020 is 50 million. Users will be interested to know about what happened. So that's the purpose of the financial statement. So if you're 2019, the financial statement, the figures there were not credible, you are not able to support. And then you are not able to provide any justification for the figure that you have created and adverse, and then you say the system is locked, and you are not able to make any restatement. So obviously, the same issue will continue for the 2020, and if that is not sorted out, if that is not regularized, it will continue for 2020, 2023, 2024. So it's a serious issue.
Yes. I am more concerned about the reason for not accessing the system, which is the system is locked, for example.
Well, however, they said the financial statement could not be restated because the accounting software was locked for the period. So let's just see their response. Well, no response for this. So our auditor's further comment is, management did not respond to the audit query. However, we noted that the 2020 financial statement comparative figures were different from the audited 2019 financial statement. The council did not provide evidence to confirm these figures. So they haven't responded.
Disclosure of current, non-current assets and creditors as well. Government authorities. Here it appears as if they do not disclose certain your work as an auditor.
Yes, because these are the, according to their manual, they are fixed assets because they are operating on a cash basis. Fixed assets will not be, but there will be a fixed asset register. And then the non-current assets and disclosure of current and non-current assets. And then an asset and creditors. There should be, because they are operating on a cash basis. The expectation is you use cash to buy, and then anybody who owes money will. But if there is creditors, compound rates and they haven't paid, there should be a list. A reason for this to say this amount of money is what is owed to our receivable. Likewise, the creditor, those whom you're supposed to pay and you haven't paid them, there should be a list. And this is from the manual. There should be a list to show that these are the amount of money that the council is owing and supposed to pay. But that has not been provided. So that's what the query is all about.
Let's now discuss the issue of donations.
Yes.
That is on page 84. You have noticed that there was no account in relation to the management or maintenance of donations given to the councils. And you've highlighted in the report, you've clearly tabled the samples of donations that were being received, but were not properly accounted for, or were in a separate account.
Yes, according to the report, there were donations received for 2020-2021, and these were council money. It doesn't mean that these were revenue or received as part of their operation. Donations, and then donations are given to the council because the council is for the people. So at least to account for it, at least there should be a donation register to show this so and so has been received as a donation for accountability and reporting purpose. So that's the reason for that. And then they've responded that the observation is noted. And the reason they were not recognized as part of the council is that donation is not mentioned anywhere in the chart of account in the financial manual for local government authorities. However, we created a control account to monitor the movement of transactions. Hence, we are not part of the normal revenue line. They were not part of the normal revenue line. These donations are normally raised by committees or task force set for specific activities, where subsequently disbursed to the said committees for implementation of their activities. And then the auditor's further comment is, the council disclosed donations received on the 2020 financial statement and supplementary information. They later provide a supplementary information and then disclose these donations received. Yeah.
So what would be your advice as an auditor in relation to having donations not being properly accounted for, or in a separate account, and or having it part of the proper management account within the council?
Yes, the way they should go about it, that is management decision. As auditors, we don't get into management decision or policy decision. That for us is just to say, you are receiving donations, you need to make sure that they are accounted for and they are disclosed so that people can know the donation received and how it has been spent. The way they should go about that one is management decision.
No, what I mean is your advice, captured in the implication, is that there is an account meant for donation strictly. Is that not the case?
Okay, our recommendation here is management should ensure that a donation account is maintained to account for all the donations received by the council. This should be recognized in the revenue and expenditure statement.
Yes.
So this is our recommendation.
Yes, and why did you recommend that? In the event that that does not happen, what are the implications?
The implication is they are not with our recommendation. Then if they did otherwise, they would say, well, they haven't adhered to the recommendation.
Yes, but if you talk page 85, you see that one of the implications which you have highlighted, and which perhaps I will say, to use the simple parlance, is that in fact it may, in one way or the other, give perhaps cause an understatement.
Yes.
For example,
yeah.
Not having the actual amount being stated. So can you please explain to us what you mean by that?
Yeah, that's the implication. That's the risk. The lack of donation account will understate the total donation, because you might not know. People are collecting and they bring. If there is no proper recording of it, well, whatever you just said, this is what we receive, that might be it.
So will I be correct to say the reason why you've arrived at these findings in relation to your implication is because of the fact that having a specific in relation to the funds for donation will minimize the gap for fraud?
We'll minimize it. Yeah, we'll minimize it.
Council, I believe this is a convenient point to stop for lunch and prayers. So we will reconvene at 3 or 3:15? Thank you. We can rise. Good afternoon, everybody. I do hope that you had a good lunch. Mr. Kamara, can you please call the witness so that we can proceed? Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Just a reminder that you are still under oath.
Counsel, can you proceed, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is good to have you back, Mr. Witness. I'm sure you have your laptop on again. Yes, so we were dealing with the audit report with respect to KMC, dated the 9th day of February 2023, for the years ended 31st December 2020 and 31st December 2021. Are you on the same page with me?
Page 83, right?
Yes, we can now go to page 86. I believe we have already dealt with page 83. I'm not sure.
Say that again?
I believe we have already dealt with page 83. So we can now move to page 86 of the report.
Yes.
Very well. Now, on page 86 of the report, you will see that you have highlighted a non-maintenance of imprest holders account. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes. And you have highlighted that Council did not maintain holders account for the issuance and retirement of the imprest. Yeah. Can you please elaborate more on that? Yes. As per the report, they didn't. The total imprest issued were recorded in the entertainment account. So week retirement will be entered in receipts as cash book. This is not if imprest is issued to somebody, there should be an imprest holder account, and then at the end of the activity you retire the imprest accordingly with the supporting document. This was the priorities at the council, and then their response was the council have stopped issuing general imprest. The only imprest issued are based on specific activity that affect a specific vote expenditure line, which is registered on a way book. So according to them, they have stopped that practice, so we can only confirm that when we go back to the 2022 audit. Very well. But what are the implications of not maintaining an imprest holders account? The implication will be failure to maintain an imprest control account might make it difficult to establish what imprest amount is given to whom and for what purpose, and for the monitoring and retirement of these imprest. If there is no imprest holder account, it will be difficult to know the purpose of the imprest, and then because imprest doesn't mean that you must spend it. You have to spend it. If there is any unspent, it has to be retired or on the list. So if you don't maintain any account of it, it will be difficult to verify that. And so at that time, the amount with respect to perhaps documentation you have received were up to about $128,900 of imprest cash. Yes. Yes, to various holders. Yeah. And if we can just go briefly to one or two of the events that these imprest were being issued. You will see that one of them is about having a cash imprest for the payment of sanitary materials. That is about 1,500. Is that correct? Yes. You have also cash impressed for fumigation materials, about $35,000. Exactly. And there was also as well cash impressed for food and beverages. This appears about on 3 occasions, $7,700 on each occasion. Is that correct? Yes. So, and the list goes on. You have, in fact, not only 7,
but the rest on the table is mainly cash impressed for payment of food and beverages.
Food and beverages, yes.
And you have there almost the same amount, $7,700. Now, let me ask, if you have different events, for example, and then you have an impress, even if you have an impress account, is it okay? Is it normal to have the same amount reflecting on various situations with respect to this food and beverages of this sort?
Yes, that why it said, the implication, the auditor said, without impress for the account, it will be difficult to confirm and to verify what the money has been used or spent for.
Which means there's a possibility of misstatement or understatement or so on and so forth.
Yes, it is possible. For us auditors, because if you say now 7,700, 7,700, if I told there is an impress account, it will be easier for the auditors to verify.
Very well.
But when there was no impress account at the time, it will be difficult. So we can't say. The only thing we can is just to bring the potential risk. So the risk can be anything, yeah.
Okay, let's now move on to page 89. Areas of rates.
Yeah.
You will see that on page 89,
yes.
If I may quote you verbatim,
yeah.
You've noted areas of rates at a tune of 242,450,956.97 batuts and 253,404,553.58 batuts for the years 2020 and 2021 respectively. And you are saying this was in respect of residential and commercial rates. Details are in Annex A. Of course, we will check those details later on. But then, what were your findings basically in this and the implications of this huge amount of monies that are still outstanding in the form of arrears and are not still being recovered to a large extent?
Yeah, I think our finding, this is just according to the file review. According to the budget, this is the amount you should collect. And then at the end of the year, at the end of the period, this is the outstanding balance uncollected. And then the implication is that uncollected areas might result to significant cash flow problem for the council. This might limit council contribution to provide required service towards and the public. It might be two reasons. Either your budget, your forecasting or your budget, the amount of revenue that you said you are expected to collect, either it is not correct, or again, it is correct, but the collection method is not effective. And then, if you look at their response, they said, your observation is noted. The management have instituted a strong mechanism to ensure these areas are collected. The council have hired a lawyer who install an enforcer officer at the rate unit to ensure recovery is carried out accordingly. We have also a magistrate installed within the council premises to handle all cases related to rate and trade lancing. Defaulters and the IGP provided us with a highly experienced prosecutor who are doing all efforts to bring the defaulters to the court. Also, we have engaged another provide lawyers to deal with cases that our retainer have conflict of interest. So, for them, this is their response, and then they say the matter will be regularized. But it's a concern. That's why the auditor is looking at the amount involved, supposed to be collected and not collected. I think it's a concern.
So it is more of, they didn't raise any issue regarding the budget, but perhaps it's more of a recovery mechanism.
For us, I think it's just the areas, according to this from their books.
No, I'm saying in relation to their response, their management response.
Yes.
From what you have read, it appears as if they had no issue with respect to the budget, but more or less like having an internal mechanism to recover these areas.
Yes. According to the response, it's not about the budget. It's about, it is actually existing. It's just how to recover it. It's the payment.
And you will recommend perhaps that there should be a very strong mechanism in these kind of institutions to make sure that monies at this tune are not generally lost, because if you can recover them, then it is fair enough to say that you have lost this kind of money.
Exactly.
Very well. So can we move on to page 93? respectfully, you will see it is titled License GTRs.
Yes.
Yes. You've highlighted that there were unpresented GTR of $141,464 with GTR numbers 3002501 to 3002600 dated 05 March 2020 by one Kewe Jeng. And you've highlighted that the implication in relation to these unpresented GTRs is in the absence of the correctness of the figures in the revenue collector's cash book could not be confirmed. So here again we have an issue regarding trying to confirm what you are presented with.
Yes, this is unpresented GTR. You say page 92, right?
Yes, 93.
Page 93.
Yes.
Okay, let me just not the is it the Lansing unpresented GTR?
If you see
unpresented collectors.
Have you seen it?
Tell me the number. Is it 2.3.1?
2.3.4.2.
Okay, 2.3.4.2. Okay, Lansing GTR, right?
Yes.
Okay, we noted unpresented GTR of 141,464 with GTR number this. Okay. Unpresented, yes. In the absence of the GTR, the correctness of the figure, yes. These are GTR because these are general triplicate receipts. These are the receipts used for the collection. So if you go there, is what they call the CRBR, that's the counterfeit receipt book register. If a receipt book is issued to any cashier, it's recorded in that book. So if auditors confirm that a particular book has been given to Bakari, and then at the end of the period, what you expect is like the collections made should be, but they haven't presented that GTR, meaning these receipt books were given to this individual, but at the end of the period, they didn't get any, the counterfoil, the receipt book has not been returned. So auditors are saying, in the absence of the GTR, the correctness of the figure in the revenue collector's cash book could not be confirmed because you would not know the amount that he recorded in his cash book, whether that's the actual amount. True. So this is the challenge here.
But if you look at the management's response, it seems as if they were saying, no, in fact, we have given the audit team, we have presented them with the GTRs.
Yes. And the auditors are saying the Lansing GTRs remain outstanding and the claim in the management response is incorrect. Also, the evidence have not been presented with the management response. So, well, I think this is a common issue. Most of the time, auditors will raise their query and then at some point they will say, yes, the books has been supplied, and then, but they cannot provide any evidence that the books have been supplied. We've been used to this type of, response from the auditors.
Okay, let's see page 94 or 97.
Okay.
With respect to purchase of unused hammer mill,
yes,
or bottle crusher machine.
Yeah.
That will be in relation to spending about $1,143,198 19 buttons. $1,143,198 19 buttons, and then $34,931 for fees and charges. So this amount of money was spent to purchase a hammer mill,
yeah,
or a bottle crusher,
yeah,
and the facts will show that the machine was never used.
Yeah.
The hammer mill was never used.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either maybe perhaps they don't need it, or some other reasons, but it was never ever used. And then at some point it can be money wasted. You have raised issues of money being wasted and mismanagement of funds. Can you please dwell more on the issue regarding this huge amount of money being spent on a hammer mill which was never used at any given time?
Yes, as auditors, we look at, you can purchase something, but whether the thing purchased, because if you purchase something and then it's at the premises and you're not using it, from audit's point of view, it's like you've purchased this when you don't actually need it at that point in time. Maybe that money spent can be used for other present issues. I think that is our point here. If you look at the implication, we said non-purchase of unused items revealed that this particular machine was not needed by the council, which led to waste of resources which could have been used to finance other council activities. Well, if you purchase a machine of this amount, and then audit verification confirmed that it has not been in use, so this is the implication. We're thinking that that money could have been used for other council activities. So that's the point.
Yes, and again, still in relation to the hammer mill or bottle crusher machine, you have highlighted as well that in fact in the purchase of this hammer mill, the GPPA procedure were not followed at all.
Yeah.
And also, they didn't register it in the fixed assets register.
Register, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, that is as per the report, yeah. And then their response, they said the above transaction was spearheaded by the Mbalit project manager, who lobbied the funds from Julbrook Company Limited. Due to the volume of the bottles disposed by the breweries company, they supposed to procure the machine and hand it over to the council, but later decided to give the amount to the Mbalit project manager to procure on their behalf. Like the donation transaction, it was not treated like council normal revenue by the management, but a deposit in the Mbalit revenue account, which was later used for the procurement of the item. However, your observation is noted in future. All transactions on procurement will be based on the GPPA laws and regulations. The machine need a house at the Bakote dump site, which the BMZ project is yet to construct. Yeah, so this is their explanation.
Yes, so it seems they have agreed with you on,
yes.
on the fact that
yeah.
it needed to follow a certain procedure
yes.
before they kind of do such an expenditure.
Yeah.
But another issue as well is if you look at the implication, we want to know basically just for our own consumption, why is there the need to follow GPPA procurement procedures?
You said why is?
Why is there the need to follow GPPA procurement policy procedures?
Yeah, I think GPPA, well, the reason from audit point of view, I don't work for GPPA, but from audit point of
yes.
view, as I have mentioned, the three types of audit: financial regularity and compliance, to make sure that you comply with the laws and regulations. GPPA is a body, and then any procurement has to follow. So if there's any procurement that doesn't follow the GPPA regulation, we follow it. So when you come to the details, maybe that one, the GPPA, what have been violated, that is their area. But for us, is to make sure that you comply. If you don't comply, then we flag it. We flag it in our report.
Okay, and so again, let's go to page 98. We have here an issue of unpresented payment vouchers.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yes.
And you have highlighted that payment vouchers of 5,133,874 and 95 bottles as detailed below. You've already provided a detailed outline of the payment. We are in respect of construction fence for the Bakote dump site itself. So what is this issue with respect to the unpresented payment vouchers?
Yes, their response, for them they're saying the said vouchers were inspected
yes.
and queried again as unpresented. The vouchers were represented again to one of the audit members with the evidence being already audited, and the retained documents for sharing with his team members for confirmation and possible consideration. And then auditors for document, the council presented the payment vouchers and they were reviewed. Okay, then this one has been sorted. Meaning, during the audit, it was about, the conclusion is, yes, it was later presented and reviewed.
Very well.
So the query is
please move to page 101. You have excess expenditure on page 101.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you see it? And
yeah.
you can as well turn to page 102. It's the same issue.
Yeah.
there was an excess of $12,605,860.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Please advise us more on these findings.
Yeah, they said we noted excess expenditure of 12,605,860 between the actual and budgeted expenditure.
Can we hear you louder, please?
Yes, meaning they budgeted, in this year, they budgeted to spend on a particular landfill maintenance. They budgeted to spend 7,715,285, and they end up spending 12,595,854. And then the other one is they budgeted to spend 6,705,600, and they spent 13,891. And then this led to excess expenditure of 12,605,860. So the implication here is there is a risk of weak internal control, which might lead to council not implementing some of its plan actually due to overspending of expenditure. This excess expenditure might not necessarily be the fraud, might not be fraud, but it's an internal control weakness. Because budget is a plan and you need to work in accordance with that plan. So if you budget and then you spend more than what you've budgeted for, that is showing that like even if you have to spend more than what you budgeted for, there should be an authority like environment and then other augmentation so that you will have the authority to spend. Yeah.
But in their comment, you will see that they have highlighted, which of course there was a further comment from the auditor, but it seems that they have highlighted that there was the budget was revised through environment, but in which as well you said in your comment that the revised budget was not presented for confirmation.
Yeah, they said with reference to the excess expenditure concerning the landfill maintenance, we agreed the original budget was not sufficient due to level of indiscriminate dumping and the regular dressing requirement of the backwater dump site due to the volume of waste deposited daily as well as the flood disaster mitigation through drain clearing. However, the budget was revised through environment, hence the budget could not meet the cost. So for them, they're saying, yes, there was environment, but auditors are saying the revised budget was not presented for confirmation.
Okay. On page 103 of the same report, we have the issue of non-deduction of withholding tax.
Yes.
Again, I'm sure we cannot overstate the importance of withholding tax. Yeah. But before I say anything, can you just tell us more about these findings?
Yes, they are like the council did not deduct withholding tax from its suppliers and remit it to Gambia revenue as required by the above act. As per our discussion with the finance manager one and the accountant, we were informed that council have not been deducting withholding tax. Or this allow, if you have suppliers, if you are paying them 10%, should be deducted and then paid to GRA. So if you are not doing that, auditors flag it. This is still our responsibility as per the constitution to make sure that institutions comply with the laws and regulations. So their response, they said, with regards to the above query, the management is in agreement that withholding tax are required to be deducted from contract and remit the amount to the Gambia Revenue Authority. However, the system we have been using does not have the platform to handle the transaction. But with the implementation of the IFMIS, the process of deducting withholding tax will fully be implemented. Hence, the system has the perfect platform to calculate the 10%. This is their response. They've agreed? Yes.
It is interesting that they have mentioned the implementation of the IFMIS, but at some point in your further findings in other areas, you will see that at some point you have in fact found out that they haven't still implemented the IFMIS system. But we will get there. I also stand to be corrected. Still on withholding of tax.
Yes.
Do you have any idea as to for how long this has been going on?
How?
How long it has been going on?
Has this been going on?
Yes.
No, but I know because for this period it has not been happening. And then if you look at them, they're saying they agree because their system doesn't have the platform to deduct this, meaning it has been going on
for a long time
since they've started preparing the financial statement. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that this alone, by not withholding tax, this will cost a loss of revenue to the Gambian government because this tax is supposed to be paid to GRA? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you have if you are not withholding tax for a period of, even for a period of 1 year, even for 1 month, for example, and you're engaging in activities where you're supposed to withhold tax, you will definitely cause financial loss to the government.
That's true.
We now move to page 104. I know, I'm not sure whether you are tired. You have been here since in the morning.
I'm fine.
But let's just...
I'm used to this, the National Assembly.
I am, exactly. Anyways, page 104 is the issue of unverified staff. That you have staffs in the payroll system who are not existing. And you found this out through your physical verification when you, or inspection, when you went there to conduct your auditing.
Yes.
Can you please tell us more about the issue of unverified staff and they been in the payroll system? I know they have made comments as well. They have tried to justify, but you were making some further request that they must provide evidence in relation to this. So can you please tell us more about that?
Yes, the audit team observed that some staff in the payroll system were not existing. This was noted during the physical verification of staff, because we will look at the payroll, the names in the payroll, and then take a sample and then confirm whether those physical staff are in fact existing. So that's what happened, and then their response was, they said, I write to verify the status of the foreign staff of the council whose status happened to be part of the audit query. As I don't know. I don't like reading names, but if I have to read it.
No, you can. You
can. Okay, that's fine. Esa Fati, employment number, was a staff of the council as record supervisor. He resigned on the 31st of July, 2022. Madam Jara Bajo, employment number is a daily paid cleaner of the council. Binta Sise, employment is staff of cleaner of the council. Adama Jiwa, a staff and a cleaner. Ismaila Sidibe is a staff of the council. Only report to work when salary is in. So his salary was seized by the council. Aissatou Ijalo, employment number is a staff of the council currently undergoing treatment outside the country. Fatmata Jaite Square is a staff of the council. Omar Kar is a staff of the council also undergoing treatment. Auditors further comment, this staff concerned should visit the National Audit Office with the identification card for confirmation. We gave this name, this is on sample basis, and they've just respond, this is a staff, the other one is on treatment, the other one comes only when salary is paid. And then auditors are still saying they should appear, because you have a responsibility. If they are staff and auditors say these are staff, but we cannot verify them, you have a responsibility as management to make sure that they appear.
Absolutely. You as must prove for your assertion. I mean, were these names only sample names, or did the list transcend beyond these names?
Audit is based on samples, so I believe these are just sample names.
Very well. Yeah. So it means there's a possibility that the name exceeds what you have
audit
here.
Is based on sampling, yes.
Good. And then, as we speak now, the issue has not been resolved because you have not been provided with your with the necessary information you have requested for.
Yes, it still remains the same up to the time, unless maybe next audit cycle it can be confirmed. But for now, yeah.
All right. So let's go to page 127. The issue of lack of medical policy. You've really highlighted that there is an issue of lack of medical policy at KMC. But then there is a process or a procedure or a policy with respect to the senior staff who will normally have access to medical coverage either within the Gambia or overseas. Again, please don't hesitate to correct me if I'm wrong. But then this were your findings, and then you have highlighted that this has caused kind of unfair treatment, perhaps, if I may use that language, or discrimination of whatever kind. But then, as far as you're concerned, it was an issue that you have raised.
Yes, because as auditors, we don't challenge policies, but if you are doing anything, if there is a policy, we just make sure that whether you are operating in accordance with that policy. So according to this, the council did not have a medical policy, outlined the conditions and requirement for treatment of staff. However, the council did make medical reform and payment for local and overseas treatment. These payments and claims were for senior staff of the council only. Details are sampled below. So for them, they are and then the implication is there is risk of unequal and unfair treatment and distribution of resources among staff, especially the junior staff. And the recommendation, and then also this might lead to loss of funds since there are no conditions and requirements to adhere to. And then their response, our recommendation was management should put a stop for payment of medical treatment until the introduction of an approved medical policy by the council. And the response was, your observation is noted, and currently all medical support are suspended until a medical policy is developed in the coming fiscal year.
Yes. So go ahead, please proceed.
Yes, meaning they've agreed. They said they will develop a medical policy. The director of admin is responsible.
Sure.
Yeah.
That admission brings me to ask the question, perhaps, which I haven't seen you raise, but just out of curiosity's sake. Because in your implication column, you've highlighted that it may cause loss of funds for the council.
Yes.
But how about the issue of whether it was in fact at any time agreed at council level meetings here and there, where there was a resolution passed to that effect and so on and so forth? Did they raise anything of that sort?
No, we didn't, because what matters, in this case, if at all they said no, there is a medical policy or whatever, then we can say evident, they can say it was this. But in this case, they agreed that there is none. But this decision, they haven't. It's like we said, this is what we said, there is no medical, and you are doing it, and they said yes, and then we will stop, or we will regularize it. So we didn't go that far. If I told there is another, then we can go that far. But at the moment they agreed, they said yes, but we will regularize it, we make sure it's in place. We didn't go that far.
So if I get you right, from their response,
yes,
you can clearly tell whether there was in fact a resolution to the effect or not. Exactly. So as far as you're concerned, they have considered there was no proper procedure followed.
Exactly.
And then monies were spent or and there was no procedure followed to that effect.
Yeah. But there's no indication to say that maybe it was a resolution at the General Council or whatever. Then we could have asked for the evidence of that meaning, but they haven't mentioned anything like that.
Just to read few of the details with respect to these expenditures, like medical bill claim for the Deputy Director of Finance, 8,726. Medical support for the councillor, I would not name the word perhaps, because in relation to health, but $7,550. You have refund for cost of reading glasses for one so-and-so 19,516. Now the only reason why I'm not reading the names in this issue is in relation to health. So I'm not sure whether the commissioners will allow me not to read their names. But the list goes on. You have payment for medical bills for one individual, $12,000. Medical bills for the councillors of so-and-so ward, $3,000. Payment as councillor support towards medical expenses, $10,000. Again, you have reading glasses with a pair of frame, $12,000. So there were numerous expenditures being done without evidence of correct procedure being followed. Will I be correct to say that?
Yes, this is correct. For us, I think our listing is like not even querying the amount, but the procedure, the medical, the approved document. That is what is lacking. So I think that's
very
well our concern here. Yeah.
So let's please turn to page 138. Are you there already?
138, right?
Yes, 138.
Yes, I should be there.
Before?
Yes, I'm here, yeah.
Or before 138, let's just see page 130 with respect to your performance review.
130, right?
130. Then we can move from there in relation to discussing the matters raised on page 138.
Yes.
Yes, with respect to your performance review, you've highlighted poor maintenance of blocked toilet at Serekunda Market.
Yeah.
If I may read verbatim, you've stated that an amount of 561,000 was spent for the renovation of the toilets in 2021. And you have observed the following, that the men and women share the same toilet. That's point one. That the manhole for the toilet was broken and covered with plastic bags. That's point two. The third point was there were blockages within the toilets that needed attention. And the other point was the flush system was not functioning. And as a result, the water supply was through basins. Now you've illustrated a picture to show the state of the toilets, which really is not pleasing to see. But again, the implications there, but I will allow you to go through the implications yourself. Please discuss with us with respect to your findings when you visited, as per your audit duties, when you visited Serekunda Market, and the implications.
Yes, implication, lack of gender-separated restriction might result
Before you go to the implications,
Okay.
just briefly discuss again. I was just reading the points with respect to your findings at the market.
Yes, just as I've mentioned, when we conduct the audits, we also go to look at the facilities of the council, because management has a responsibility to protect the assets of the council, because they are for the public. You can build a very nice structure, but it's also management has a responsibility to protect them so that they can serve the purpose. So this is what happened. They said the men and women share the same toilet. We all know the implication of that. The manhole, all these things are just the issues that they found as far as the toilets are concerned. They just flag those things so that the management can know this is what is happening, and then fix it timely before it goes out of hand. And then we've shown the picture as evidence. So if you look at the implication, we said lack of gender-separated restriction might result to urinary tract infection, especially in women, sexual harassment, and lack of comfort in using the toilets. There is a risk of unpleasant smell emanating from the broken manhole to the canteen owners that are situated around the area, which might be hazardous to their health. The broken manhole and non-functioning of the flush system might result to the place being unhygienic and unhealthy for use. So they've responded. They said the said toilet is a block of 6 toilets, 3 for female and 3 for male. And there was level identifying each of the toilets. Probably it may have been removed, but has been replaced. The damages on the manhole and blockage within the toilets have been fixed since October. With regards to the malfunction in the flush system, is that the system get damaged frequently and be replaced. And eventually, plumber has fixed the system and is working currently to ensure continuation usage of the toilet. So this was their response. They said it has been fixed. And then, we will confirm that in our next audit cycle.
Yes. Subsequently, we will get to a point where one of your recommendations are that there has to be a regular maintenance with respect to these facilities. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still on page 133, if you move, again, we have a similar issue, poor drainage system at the Serekunda Market, where you have stated that you've observed poor drainage system at the market. Most of the gutters were clogged with sand and other waste materials. That as a result of unclosed gutters and or broken slab covers. That you've also noted vendors have placed tables and storage materials on the main drainage slabs.
Yeah.
Yes.
We noted that vendors have placed tables and so, Within the scope of this audit, the council constructed a new drainage of 80-meter fence with concrete slab towards Latkumba lower area of the market. Details are shown below. Okay, this is the drainage system, and that's the picture. You can see the picture if you go down. So the implication is there is a risk of flooding in some part of the market, especially during the drainage season. As a result of the unclosed gutters and broken slab covers, they are defeating the effectiveness of the newly constructed area.
Very well.
So, and they haven't responded to this. So we're not sure if any action has been taken on this issue.
You also have other issues, similar issues.
Yeah.
If you turn to page 137, that is with respect to the Talinding buffer zone, 2.10.3. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yes. That's page 137. Am I correct?
Yes.
On page 137, you have highlighted that during your visit, you were informed that the council has not deployed a toilet attendant at the zone for quite a long time. And again, another issue as well is, as per the 2021 ledger records, you were informed that a total amount of $1,875,650 was posted as various expenses for these developments. So here you have an incident, an issue where you feel that there is no toilet attendant at the buffer zone. And you also have another issue wherein you have postings at the ledger wherein it was indicated a certain figure up to the tune of 1 million or let's say close to $2 million. And for expenses, supposed to be for expenses done in relation to the market and the toilet and related facilities. Can you please tell us more about that?
Yes, for us, this is our no toilet attendant, and then by looking at the records, about more than $1 million has been spent on various activities on this. So our expectation was maybe you will see something of standard, but their response was like they said the buffer zone project involved various activities at different intervals during the said period, which were procured through requests for quotation, through different suppliers, hence required no contract, which to our knowledge was not part of document requested during the audit exercise. However, the vouchers are available for inspection. The auditors are saying that 1 million something spent on various activities has not been, they don't see any contract. But for them, they were like the supply hence require no contract. They said they require no contract, which to our knowledge was not part of the document requested during the audit exercise. So what they're saying is like this was done in different intervals and different period, and then it required no contract. And then, but again, they were not even aware that the auditors requested for this documentation. And
so,
then yes.
So if they require no contract, how can you as an auditor kind of ascertain the figures already spent?
Yeah, so that's why we don't put any auditor, because we only put the auditors for document if necessary, because the purpose is for the readers to be clear. So if we know that our finding, your response has clearly, so normally we don't go that far.
So you're saying in this instance, the response did not warrant a further comment?
Yes, from us, yes.
Yes. That's serious, that's very serious. But again, on page 138, similar issues. The KMC annex, which you have visited to inspect the construction of a 300 meters driveway awarded to Zen Construction and Trading in February 2021. Now, you've said that the construction was agreed to last for 6 months at a cost of $3,595,550. But as far as you were concerned, there was no progress made in relation to those construction at the time of auditing. Now, I have noticed their comment, their further comment, which seems to say that they have, as at the time of their comment, there was completion of the construction of the road. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, for them, they said the driveway was almost completed at the time of your visit. The said foreign materials has been cleared and the stagnant water is being green with grass. We later realized the parking areas were required to be fixed to ensure a fully pavement of the area, and due to a heavy downpour of rain, the work slowed down, causing a delay for the completion. Currently, the work is completed for inspection. But this was, for us, what we know, because if you have any project, the contract document will stipulate the starting and the end period. So as auditors, even if there is any delay, then you can provide justification for that. But for us, our primary listing will be, according to the contract document, is to start in January and end in December. If we get there in December or January, it's not completed, we flag it. Any reason for that, then you can bring that one for the stakeholders to know. So that's what actually happened.
So it should have started in January. Which
No,
year?
I'm just giving an example.
Yes, I'm now being very much specific here.
Okay.
As per your findings, the contract documents indicates that the contract should have started when? Do you know?
Trading in February, the 300 million awarded to Zen Control and trading in February 20. This construction was agreed to last for 6 months at a cost of 3 million 5 years. As per our intervention, we noted the following issues. We noted construction was still in progress. In terms of quality, we observed work delivered to be unsatisfactory and already depleting. The driveway was in use at a time of our visit. However, we noted it was obstructed with foreign materials such as a heap of sand, water, and other items. Generally, the external environment of the annex was found to be untidy. Details below are a sample of pictures taken on the 30th of August. So, trading in Guinea construction and trading in February. They say it started in February, March, April, May.
So at most, to help you, so at most it should last
for 6 months.
August.
Yes.
Or thereabout.
Oh, exactly.
Of the same year, 2021.
Yes.
And you have completed this audit when?
No, but they went there in August 30th, 2022.
Yes.
And then, but there still is incomplete.
That's my point. My point is almost a year.
Yes.
From the date that the contract was supposed to expire.
Exactly.
Which means work should have been completed.
Exactly.
To the date that the audit team went there.
Yes.
Was almost about 12 months.
Yes.
Or more.
Or more, yes.
Yes. So do you think that is a sufficient excuse?
Yeah, that's why we brought it out, because contract, any other reason, if whatever is causing the delay or whatever, is for the management to come out and then give reasons. Give reasons for that, yeah.
Let's again look at page 40. I think we're almost there. At the Barcoated dump site, when you have noticed that the security barbed wire of the perimeter fence was not completed, that the newly built office constructed in 2020 had no power and water supply, and that you've observed access roads as very narrow to properly accommodate the ward trucks. And I will leave you with its implication and the comments therein.
Yes, the implication of that is there is a risk of
Before the implication, I am just reading this for you so that you could just tell us briefly. You can read it if you want again, or you could just discuss it.
Okay, Barcoated dump site. We noted that the security barbed wire for the perimeter fence was not completed. The newly built office constructed in 2020 had no power and water supply. We observed the access roads as very narrow to properly accommodate the ward trucks. And the implication, there is a risk of unauthorized dumping as a result of the incomplete security barbed wire. There is a risk of high repair and maintenance costs on the truck as a result of narrow access roads. Our recommendation is management should investigate the reason for the non-completion of the security barbed wire to ensure it is completed and the access road widened to accommodate all vehicle type. The newly constructed office should be upgraded to have water and power supply. Because auditors, all this is just to protect. If you just build something, it should serve its purpose. So if we see that maybe there are some lapses, then auditors will always flag it for the benefit of the public. Their response was, your observation is noted. The security barbed wire at the perimeter fence will be completed in the coming fiscal year. The budget has been allocated already. With regards to the narrow roads, it's part of the BMZ project funded by SOS, KMC, and German government. And that's how the access road was designed at the initial stage of the project. But the project committee later realized that the road is not fit for the trucks and approved for its expansion. The council has temporarily backfilled the edges with Western to enable the trucks to use it pending the completion of the project. The newly constructed office at the dump site is part of the BMZ project, of which the necessary installation, electricity and water will be fitted accordingly. We are working closely with our partners, SOS, for a scaling up of the project by the funders, German government, of which widening of the road is highly prioritized. So they haven't objected to this, like they've agreed, and then, and they said they will work on it in the next fiscal year.
Very well. Before we proceed to page 142, let's go back a bit to page 128. It's a very important issue that I think we should discuss. It is with respect to unsigned contract committee meeting minutes. Here you have the contract committee. They are supposed to have perhaps periodical meetings, but then you have, in your findings, you have noticed that there were minutes that were presented to you or to your team, which were either not signed, and you have used the word several minutes, either not signed or signed by one individual. In some cases, signed by the CEO, or in some cases, signed by the clerk to the council, but not the CEO.
Yeah.
Yes, please tell us more about that.
This page 128, right?
128, please.
128?
Yes, 128.
Okay, on signed contract committee meeting, yeah. We reviewed the meeting minutes of the contract committee and noted that several were either not signed at all or were signed by only one of the two signatories. See, Eddie said yes. These are governance issues because contract committees, when you meet, there should be an evidence of meeting. And then even if you prepare minutes again and minutes are not signed, we can't see whether if this is the truth, because to sign the minutes is to authenticate it, to say this actually happened and then we are confirmed. The true, is that happened during the meeting. But if it is not signed, there is an indication that maybe, meeting has not even taken place, somebody has just put something in place, or they haven't, or the issues arise in that minute are not the actual, issues that happened during the meeting. So it's just to authenticate. The implication, we said in the absence of authorized signature, there is the risk that the content of the minutes may not be authentic. They might not be relied upon as the bona fide reference for the decision and resolution contained therein. Just as I said, we look at the potential risk. That might not be the case, but we always point at potential risks. Yeah.
Yes. What now interests me again is the response from the management. There are some actions that you can rectify, and there are other actions in my mind that you may not be able to rectify, because in the event that you are faced with an audit team, and there's evidence that some of the minutes that you present to them have not been authenticated by the people who are supposed to authenticate these documents. Or you understand? Now, if you go back as an audit team and they send you documents to tell you now we have authenticated these documents, can that be relied upon? Because in their response you will see that they said now the contracts committee meeting minutes in question are signed and ready for inspection. So this is a post decision making. So what is your take on that?
Yes, the objective of audit is to enhance the operation of the institutions. You can't go, even if you audit National Audit Office, you have findings, you have audit observations, but the objective is to improve. If we find that we flag this for this period, when we go back, not necessarily this one, because they said they have signed it retrospectively or whatever, that has not, addressed the issue. But our objective is to make sure that from now onward, all the minutes, all the minutes are taken and they are signed. Then we will know that at least we achieve our objective. Exactly. Some of our recommendations are forward-looking to enhance the operation of the institutions.
Yes. That is why we're here, because if you enhance the operational mechanism of this institution, then you save them millions of dollars, which in effect you save the country a lot of money as well, which will go a long way in trying to secure or guarantee development to a greater extent. Is that not correct?
Sure.
Good. So 142, page 142, I will allow you to move since you're using your laptop.
Page 142, right?
Yes. Audit trail not set up on the matrix and payroll system. Now, again, I had indicated earlier that there are some words or terminologies which I would require you to explain a bit for the better consumption of the people that are listening. Can you tell us more about what you mean, your findings in the audit trail not set up on the matrix and payroll system? But in doing so, please give a brief explanation about what is the matrix system and what is a payroll.
Maybe this, when we are conducting the audit now, we also have an IT unit. So normally we will go with our IT staff to go with the audit team and also look at the infrastructure and then the system. So this query came from our IT unit. I might not be on top of it, but the matrix or whatever, because I'm not an IT auditor. I don't want to be talking about IT. These are IT queries.
Yes.
Because we have our IT auditor that will join the team, time to time to come up with, to look at the infrastructure and then the other IT issues. Audit trail not set up on the matrix and payroll. During the audit, we found out that both matrix property tax system and payroll system have no audit trail functionality to log user activity and system transaction history. Meaning this has to do with the audit trail, because payroll is the system used for the payment of salaries and allowances. So if you pay the salary for December, at least for November, December, you should be able to go back and see that transaction. But that trail wasn't there, so this complaint is about. So the matrix system, I think that's the software that they are using. So, but there is no audit trail. So that comes as an observation. They said without audit trail function, it is impossible to identify individual responsible for unauthorized changes to the system or any other transaction made in the matrix property tax and payroll system. So the matrix is a software that they are using, but it doesn't have audit trail. Whatever you did, nobody can come and then track it.
Very well. I have only a few quick questions for you, just to conclude on this audit report. Please turn to page 147.
147.
In relation to the online trade license system not in use?
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
You've highlighted that, of course, there's a system that's been purchased for about $450,000.
Yes.
And it's been hosted by a service provider at a cost of $191,000 and an annual support fee of $70,000. But just to summarize your findings, that this system is not functional.
Yes.
As at the time that you have gone to audit to audit the council. So, and the implication that you have highlighted is there's a risk of wasting resources in the purchase of the trade license software, since it does not serve its purpose, and cost is still being incurred in hosting the application online and support services. Please elaborate more on it.
Yes, this is as per our IT auditors, because the objective of any system is to enhance your operation. Then if you purchase a system and then there are issues, unable to process a complete trade license as per this query, and then the council spend money on it, that is something that is not fit for the purpose. And then the implication is there is risk of wastage of resources in the purchase of the trade license software, since it does not serve its purpose and cost is still being incurred in the application of the online and support service. And then their response is access to the site has been regained after 10 months of follow-up, meeting, phones, calls, correspondence, emails. The site will be tested for a week to make sure expected functionality is regained before it's developed. The site will be tested for functionality, validated, and redeployed. Contract will be reviewed and discussed with management for adjustment. Concerning annual support fees, amount, maintenance, and hosting, they're saying, they have, they have checked and they made figure and then it has been reinstalled. But auditor for document issued not regularized. This has not been brought to our attention. So we can only confirm that in the next subsequent audit.
Yes. I see quite often wherein the governments will indicate that they have either regularized the process or not, or so, and then your further comments will indicate that is in fact incorrect. Yeah. So the last issue would be on page 153, the issue regarding inputting of backlog transactions. Now there is the IFMIS system, the financial management system, that has been rolled by government for the area councils to use, right?
Yeah.
And you have noticed that this is not the case. They are still not either not using the IFMI system, or they are inputting backlog from previous years. So,
Yeah.
yes, can you please shed more light on that?
Yes, you know, if it's any system, because like if they are using another system, it's not a bad thing to input the backlog, but that is just to that's just to give you a starting point, a baseline, maybe a trial and then testing, because you cannot just, you know, abandon what you're doing and then just put everything in this new system before it's been tested. So backlog is not an issue here in putting that, but the thing is, during the audit, we found that the council has not yet started raising current transactions on the IFMI system. The council is inputting backlog of the previous year, 2021. And the implication is there is possibility of defecting the purpose of the IFMIs being deployed at the council if the backlog is not cleared on time to ensure current transaction raised using the IFMI system. What we're saying, yes, you can input the backlog, but at least there should be a timeline, you know, to make sure that that assignment is done. You capture all the backlog and then start processing your current transaction through the IFMI system. So this is the query. And then for them, they are like, the observation is noted. However, with the IFMI's network problem, it's seriously affected.
Hello? Yes. No, wait a minute. I don't think it is back. The connection is back yet.
Yeah, and they're saying in their response, they're saying we said the observation is noted. However, with the IFMI's network problem, is seriously affecting the implementation despite the dedicated point-to-point install. However, we're working on acquiring a separate G-Fiber for the finance department. The backlog for 2021 have all been posted and all currently transactions are live on IFMIs. Auditors further comment, issue not regularized, the council is still inputting the backlog. So that's the thing. For them, they're saying they finished the backlog. The issue is with the network problem, but auditors are saying that's not the issue. They are still inputting the backlog.
So just to conclude on this report, I believe you audit to highlight some problems, either policy problems or whatsoever management problems or financial management issues with respect to a certain institution. And you do that because you, like you said earlier, there is a need to improve. It may be normal at some point to have, of course, you'll have institutional growth, wherein if problems have been identified, subsequently they have been solved. Is that not the case? That is one of the purpose of auditing. So you know the problems, you highlight the problem, and they have been tackled. But when I turned to page 155, I see that attached therein is follow up on prior year audit matters. Now, you were given a feedback as an auditor, when I say you, I mean your institution, regarding your previous auditing recommendations and what has not been implemented, or what is being implemented. But if you look at page 155, and if I may read, you've highlighted that below is a list of outstanding matters during prior year audits for the period 1st January 2018 to 31st December 2019. There were some issues that were being implemented. It only accounted for 16%. And you have 60% of issues that were not being implemented, even after identifying them and making sure that they were aware of those problems. So the issues that are not implemented range from review of draft financial statements to cash books and not presented, to sample license GTRs not presented, to having lack of disaster recovery plan, conflicting roles of internal audit and compliance, management and custody of security documents, incomplete personal files, low qualification of key positions, counterfeit operating systems, no defined roles and responsibilities for IT staffs, training strategy program not implemented, maintenance interval on license Windows Office kit, and the list goes on. And then you've made a conclusion on it. You have said, and I will quote you word for word, that the council implemented 16 out of 40 findings, representing 40%. This shows that 60% of the finding was not implemented. Management should ensure that the unimplemented recommendations should be implemented without delay to improve on its weaknesses, because the same findings were noted during the audit. So there was a reoccurrence. Please elaborate on this point before we conclude.
Yes, just as I said, for us, we are just a reporting agent in National Audit Office. When we go, the findings, whatever we found on the ground, we report it. And then the reason why at the beginning I started the audit process, entrance meeting, environment management, request for documentation during the audit, that consultation, so that at the end of the audit you will not be like, I'm not aware, or auditors, just to make it consultative. After the report, the recommendations are clear. We know there are some recommendations that might take long. Those are long term, but there are some that it doesn't even take a week to regularize some of those things. But year in, year out is the same thing. So as auditors, the only thing we can do is to give an update on the prior year matters, the unregularized issues, and then report. That's why the ministry is copied. Minister of Local Government is copied, Minister of Finance is copied, the mayor and the chairperson are copied, and the report is discussed at the National Assembly. And then as auditors, that's where we can stop. This for the policy makers to come up with action to make sure that audit reports are implemented. So this is our frustration. It makes the work frustrating, and this is the fact, and this is the truth. And then you cannot just blame the council, but I mostly always blame the oversight institutions. That's my stand.
Thank you very much. I am grateful for your time and your honest answer. I now hand over to you, hand you over to the commissioners, the honorable commissioners, and then they will take it from there. Thank you so much. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Council. And thank you, Mr. Tarawale, for giving us an insight into the report. But before I hand over to my fellow commissioners to ask questions, I just wish to ask one or two questions, and then I believe after their intervention, we can call it a day. Mr. Tarawale, can you shed light on whether or not environment and sanitation laborers' costs, which have been highlighted in your report, to amount to the amount which was paid to these laborers was at the tune of 31,681,146.30 in 2021 and 27,930,485.42 in 2020. My question is, do you classify this as capital expenditure? And if so, why?
On page,
I'm not referring to any page. Okay, let me say page 52 on the capital expenses. If you go to page 52.
Page 52.
Yes. 52. Can you check page 52 or page 53? Oh, okay. Go to page 53.
Page 53.
Yes, you can see that environment and sanitation laborers, the cost paid to that effect was 31,681,146.3. that is in 2021, and in 2022 it was 27,930,485.42. So my question is, does this qualify to be a capital expense, and if so, why? Because if you go back to page 52, where you have the capital expenditures,
Yes.
I do not seem to see this captured under capital expenses.
Yes, I will explain note because if they said capital expenses comprise land, and I know if it is under capital expenses, okay, park development, car equipment, environment, and yes, these are under, because I'm just looking at the note.
Yeah, okay.
I don't see any note to explain the reason why it was, because if it is the payment for sanitation, environment and sanitation, and it is not clear, because environment and sanitation laborers, it is not clear. Because if it is their allowance, their payment, their salary, that is an operational expense. If at all you purchase something for them, maybe a truck or a truck or a whatever, that can come as a capital expense, but there is no note to explain. So these are some of the reasons why the auditors, and they don't get any clarification, why the auditors express a disclaimer of opinion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to the next question that I have. Under vehicles, particularly the waste collection vehicles, 15 tipper trucks were also purchased at the cost of 33 million in 2020 and 40 million in 2021. Here my question is, why the difference? And were there any contracts you saw when you were doing the audit? And also the third question is, are these capital expenses?
Yes. When you said vehicle waste collection, 15 tipper trucks, if you purchase them, yes, it's capital expense, because capital expenditure is on fixed assets and development.
Okay.
Those ones are capital. And then 33 million, and then 2022 it went to 40 million. And then because it's the note that will explain, why are these things, what is this, what is, because you have to prepare a financial statement in a way that when an independent, that's why financial statement, I said the income and expenditure, the balance sheet and the notes to the account, as far as councils are concerned. So the notes should be able to explain what exactly each and every line item means. And that's why I said councils can prepare financial, but whether they are credible is another thing. So these are the reasons that gave rise to a disclaimer of opinion. Because the questions you are asking is the same question that the audit team will be asking. And then if they can't get any justification or any documentation, they have no option but to give an adverse opinion or disclaimer.
So in this circumstance,
yes,
that is why you gave an adverse finding
disclaimer
against the spending of this 30 million and this 33 million and the 40 million.
Not only to say specifically this 33 million and 40 million, but because of the way the financial statement is prepared, it is not clear. The disclosures, the notes are not clear. So you ask for certain things and then you don't have the explanation, coupled with other issues raised. That's why the auditors gave an disclaimer of opinion.
Okay. You also talked about the issue of landfill maintenance. It is noted, I have noted, that the landfill maintenance cost was 16 million in 2021 and over 19 million in 2020. So I don't know whether this one is also classified as a capital expenditure.
Yes.
And if so, why is it that there is a disparity between 2021 and 2020 in terms of cost?
Yeah, naturally, yes, landfilling can come under capital. Okay. It can come under capital. That one I'm not disagreeing. And then the cost to increase also from 2020 to 2020, that is expected. But the preparers of the financial statement has a responsibility. That's why I'm saying every financial statement must have a prior year figure and this year, so that if there is any increment, then you explain the reason for that variance. But that is what is lacking. So we are constrained. So all these things that you were asking, these were the issues why the auditors come with a disclaimer of opinion.
Yes, let me just interject here. Because if you look at it, in 2020 it was 19 million, and in 2021 it's 16 million. You may correct me if I am wrong. Why is it that there is a decrease, given the fact that there is appreciation in inflation and all that stuff, cost-wise and all that stuff? Why was there the decrease instead of, you understand?
Yeah, the expectation of everything being equal, it should increase instead of this.
Decreasing.
Yeah, but again, it's the same question. It's the same answer. Is the preparers of this, financial statement who should, explain all those variances. That is why financial statement has this. Any variance, any increment or decrease, you have to explain for the users to understand this is what actually happened. So if you don't prepare financial statement on that basis, then the opinion will be negative, and that's what actually happens.
Okay. Were you able also to have documentation with respect to the construction of the market?
Which market?
The Serekunda market and the estimated cost? Because it doesn't seem to be reflected anywhere.
No, audit is an exceptional reporting.
Okay.
It also only highlights the weaknesses.
Okay.
So if you see that they haven't reported the documentation, maybe that one was provided. So where they have issue is the condition of the market. Audit the document that you found, you will not report those things like I have found this. You only report if there are weaknesses or if there are issues with the documentation, because it's exceptional reporting.
Was there any counterpart funding in the construction of the office complex in KMC? Did you come across?
If it is not reported in the report, I would not be able to tell for now. Oh. If it is not reported here, because I guide myself. I use my report to guide myself, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will hand you over to the commissioners, the ones that have questions. Yes.
Yeah.
You've talked about the forms of audit opinions, and one of them is the, let me see, this one that is the disclaimer that has been coming on.
Yeah.
My question is, what would it take to remove a disclaimer opinion?
Well, as far as we are concerned, I think this question is for management and the oversight institution. Because as auditors, for us, we don't just use our discretion in expressing an opinion. Any opinion that we issued is backed by evidence standards, and then our reports are reviewed by external reviewers, not even Gambians, from the head office in South Africa. So that's why as auditors, we don't even have the luxury or to use your discretion. So if it is disclaimer, if what is going on continue, next year it will be disclaimer, year after it will be disclaimer, until and unless action, they take a necessary action. The recommendation will be, because like, if at all this year the figures are like this, you haven't done anything. When we go back again, the same figures will be used as a basis for the preparation of the next account. So if you don't work on these figures, you provide explanation, you provide documentation, it's still going to be the same thing. So is that I think that responsibility lies with the management and the oversight institution to make sure that something is done about it, to clean these figures and report correctly.
Thank you.
Mr. Traore, I have two questions. One is general in nature, and the second one is specific to Basse Area Council. In your testimony, you did explain that the National Audit Office does routine audit of councils and also conducts special audits. And special audits are conducted where, in the public opinion, there is some degree of maladministration or financial malpractices. So, in a situation where there is financial malpractices and you have to do a special audit, what are the parameters that you look at? And then secondly, from 2018 to date, have you ever done any financial audit on any council? What were the issues and what was the outcome of that special audit? That's my first question.
Yes, Basse Area Council, maybe the special audit, this is, I think the lead council, okay, I think it was Basse, the Auditor General answered that question because there was a special audit conducted for Basse Area Council by internal audit. But again, as national audit also, we also conduct special audits on request. That means if there is something happen, either the executive wrote or a particular minister or National Assembly can summon the Auditor General to go and conduct a special audit. The moment you say special audit, it became investigation. It requires more resources, competent people, because the report can end up being at the court. And then for financial audit, all our audits are financial audit that we are conducting at the area council. That is why we are expressing an opinion on the financial statement. And then all these issues, the areas, the fraud, the mismanagement of this, lack of payment vouchers, they are all coming from our financial audit. Even this report we are going through is a financial audit report, and we conduct it annually on all the councils. I don't know whether that answer.
No, that is the routine audit.
Yes.
That is done in
Yeah,
council.
the routine audit. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm talking about special audits, where, for example, you have discovered a high level of financial malpractice, and it is a cause to the general public, and you decide to set up a special audit. Have you done that in any of the councils?
For councils, I know for Basse, there was a special audit because we work with internal audit. We are still serving the same public. Internal audit did the special audit and then copy us. And then I think that action has been taken currently. In fact, I am the one who submitted that report to the commission. And then another special audit from do you want to give a period where there are special audit? You say from 2018. I know when the new government came in, there was a special audit for KMC. We got that request from Minister of Finance. That was conducted in 2017. Apart from that, the only special audit, because special audits will be based on request. It will be based on request. And then we have currently another special audit request for Banjul City Council. Right, I'm having those documentations here. The request was we audited Banjul City Council up to 2020, and then the report was finalized. The Ministry, National Assembly, Finance, all the stakeholders are copied. There are issues in the audit, because these area councils, any council you go, there are issues. And then we received a request that they are summoned for a special audit from 2018 to date for Banjul City Council. Then by then, we are also conducting other reports that's supposed to go to National Assembly. Then I just want, I don't know. I don't know whether you would like me to, yeah? Okay.
You can share what you have, please. Okay. You can go ahead.
I just share it or I read it? I read it, yeah. So this was the request. This request is from the councillors. They wrote to the Minister of Local Government and Land on the 5th January 2023. Dear sir, we the undersigned elected councillors and nominated councillor of the Banjul City Council are writing to bring to your attention the financial and administrative irregularities that we have proof of within our council. We have attacked the relevant documents as proof of these irregularities, which include mismanagement of funds, false record keeping, and abuse of power. These actions have caused significant damage to the council and have had a negative impact on the community we serve. We urge the Ministry of Local Government and Land to investigate this matter and take necessary action to ensure that such wrongdoing does not continue. We stand ready to provide any further information or assistance that may be required during the course of this investigation. Signed by 6 councillors. And then the Ministry of, and then these are some of the issues. Provision of, the issues as in among the initial irregularities that we found was that council was paying the Rafela secretary and there is no secretary in place. Rafela, but there is no secretary in place, 1. 2, non-compliance with statutory requirements like GPPA. 3, lack of compliance with the Finance and Audit Act, which states that Section 5 that the funds of the council shall be administered within the administrative area. 4, lack of compliance with the Local Government Act, Sub-Local Government Service Commission, which gave powers to the Local Government Service Commission to appoint and promote and dismiss, but we have learned that council have been making appointment through the use of contract appointment. 5, lack of timely general council meeting. 6, we have requested the reason for justification for the expungement of the position near the Deputy CEO. 7, of recent, the Internal Audit Department have detected the use of unofficial duty tickets at the market. 8, high possibility of duplicate of payment. 9, unnecessary appointment, overstaffing, abnormalities. We found that abnormality where a relative to the mayor absconded with council fund to Germany. 11, we realized that the council special advisor is involved in collection of lancing and supervising the market ticket. 12, public funds shall be used for public purpose. The usage of council funds for finance political activities. 14, political activities were sponsored between February to 2022. And then 15, fraud possibilities through direct payment done in the name of individual applying for scholarship. 16, payment to media houses. So this was the request from the council, and then the ministry wrote. There's a portion to our letter, this is the 16th January 2020, on the above subject. You are now kindly requested to conduct an extraordinary audit of the accounts of the Banjul City Council with specific focus on the issues contained in the attack message from a group of 6 councillors. The ministry will be grateful if this could be done with urgency as it works towards addressing numerous claims and counterclaims. We received this letter in February. It was sent in February, but we received it around March. By then, it was my reporting time at the National Assembly on statutory reports, and then I think by then I was even at Basse Area Council. Audit, this was among the reasons why I say audit is risk-based. And then Banjul City Council was audited up to 2020. Basse, the last audit was 2019. When Basse has a clean audit from 2019, we were not able to go back to Basse in 2020. Before we go back, fraud happened. You look at Kuntaur and others, they all stop at 2019, but Basse, KMC, Brikama, the major, because risk-based, that's why we started with them. We made sure that for them they are audited annually. When I received these, because special audit, it doesn't mean that if you have requests, automatically you have to go. The Auditor General has a responsibility to advise. So when I received these, I spoke with the PS. I said, that's fine, we received this. But even if you look at the previous audit, 2019-2020 for BCC, there are a lot of issues in that report, and you are copied. If you share this, most of these issues are in fact captured in that report. You might say somebody took money, ran away with it, but you will not see that in an audit report. That's why people might say there is fraud, there is this, somebody ran away, but you will not see that in audit report, because this is a technical field. Whatever I'm saying, my reports are based on standards. So that's why even my wording, they are all technically this thing also. That's the profession we are. And then auditors cannot even say steal and go. That can only be confirmed in court. My response was, request for extraordinary audit for Banjul City Council, reference to your letter dated 6 February 2023 regarding the above subject. I would like to inform you that I have reviewed the claims of corruption and large-scale financial and administrative irregularities as stipulated in the letter from the councillors. I wish to inform you that most of the claims were actually covered in our 2019-2020 audit report of the council, which we are willing to share. This means the councillors, because the ministry, National Assembly, they all have this. But I'm just trying to, the councillors again, the mayor is copied, the ministry, finance and this in that report. But I said, which we are willing to share with you and also provide guidance on the content of the report if necessary. Our next statutory audit is scheduled to take place in May 2023. This will cover the period 2021 and 2022 financial year. Whilst audit for 2023 financial will be in April 2024 as per the Constitution of the Gambia, we will avail the opportunity to the councillors to provide any evidence to the audit team during the upcoming audit exercise. We hope that you will find this information useful while assuring you of our highest consideration. My point here is, if you audit up to 2020, and there are a lot of issues, irregularities in that report, and then that's not the only council. There are other councils, and these are statutory audits. They need to appear. They need to be at the National Assembly. And National Assembly use this report to write their report and send it to executives for their actions. And then you said again, come back to this council when my report is there with a lot of irregularity and you didn't take any action. And it's the same limited resources that we should use for this. Is it reasonable? I said, my report is there. You can come. I can share it with you. I can take you through. Some of these things, the difference is just the heading. If you go to that report, most of these things, maybe if I told you, we say money has been paid for, our report you will see doubtful payment. Because we don't know whether the money was paid for Senegal, but we say doubtful payment. Because the audit team has seen a payment and they don't know what is this payment about. They say doubtful payment. Maybe our review will be able to provide insufficient document, will be able to prove this is the payment they are talking about. So we also have a responsibility to advise where necessary, and then that is what actually happened. And those are the only special, I think that's the only special audit requested for now. And then already the engagement letter for Banjul has already been drafted, and then we are just waiting for, because right now we know the councillors and this is election time, that's why we just delay immediately after the election we start. Because during the audit we interact with the councillors and auditing to give us more relevant information.
Thank you. Let him continue with the others.
My second question is on Basse Area Council.
Yes.
In your deliberation, you faulted the budgeting process of the council in that, it violated the Local Government Act in the sense that the key stakeholders were not consulted, like the village development committees and so forth. And then you also faulted the lack of, in the governance structure, you faulted the governance structure of the council also in that some of the key statutory committees were non-existent. Like, for example, the development committee, which is the conduit for development projects, and there was nothing like contracts committee, and finance committee. So many of those were not in existence. And the development committee takes its sources from the village development committee, and the village development committee is constituted by the community. So in the absence of all these committees, then how was the council operating? So in essence, you may have only an ad hoc committee or an illegally constituted committee that would be giving out contracts and administering the affairs of the council. So was any remedial measure taken to constitute some of these statutory committees?
Yes, just as I said, because otherwise these committees, I would not even have an idea about what this committee, but it's just because of their policy document, the act, the policy, the manuals, that stated that they should have them. And then during our review, we realized that they are not in place. Well, this was 2019 report. And then currently, Basedi 2020-2021 is at the draft stage. It was delayed because of that special audit by internal audit, because we work together. That's why we delay, so that their report can be finalized before we do. Then that report, we saw whether these things are. But our recommendation was these committees are not in place, and then according to their act, they should be in place. And then the implication, if they are, it will affect the operational efficiency of the council. And then again, the budget. This is also from the act. the budget preparation, the procedures it should take, and then we realize that it doesn't follow those procedures, our recommendation is to make sure that they follow those procedures to make sure that the budgeting process is effective and then meet the objective. These reports, this is what we can report, and then all the critical stakeholders are copied for them to make sure that they implement that recommendation. You have a body responsible for that. So for us now, the report is at the draft stage. We will go back to see whether that recommendation, now whether they've constituted for all these committees and whether the budget process is robust, and then follow the required procedures and then report again accordingly.
Any further questions?
So Tarawale, thank you very much. It's just a very short one. Is that in your view, you've done all these audits, and councils are obliged to spend 60% of their finance into development. Do you think there is any council being able to do that? And if not, maybe somebody else will answer the question. I'm just asking your opinion. If not, why?
Say that again.
That there is a provision in the Act that 60% of council's resources must be plowed back into development. Now, in your view, or according to your audit, is there any council able to carry out that? If not, why? And probably we can prolong the question to somebody else who is supposed to come. But we just asking your personal opinion whether they have plowed back these monies into development, and if not, why didn't they be in a position to do that? Thank you.
Well, I don't have any documentary evidence to confirm that the amount of money spent on development and then non this thing, because my concern is before you can reliably inform that this amount of money has been spent on development or so, you must. That's the purpose of financial statement, a credible financial statement. For me, my objective now is how councils will be able to present a credible financial statement. Because the purpose of the credible financial statement is to show, that's the reporting mechanism to the stakeholders. This is the revenue received, this is the expenditure, and then there you can reliably say, according to the financial statement, yes, they were able to. But right now, that is what we are struggling for. The financial statements, if you look at it, they are all disclaimer. So I will not be able to comfortably say that they are spending this. I can only rely on the financial statement as a professional, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tarawale. I believe that this is a convenient point to stop, and we'll call it a day today, and we'll hope to see you on Monday at 10 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much, and we may rise.